Part 3. The Path of the Masters. Chapter 26. On the Threshold. On 10th October 1971, I arrived at Delhi Airport, where I was met by Mr. H. Singh of Nagpur, my acquaintance of many years, who had first brought me in contact with the teachings of the Masters. In his company, I made the 8-hour train journey to Beas, a little town in Punjab. Our destination was the Dera, an Indian word that means abode, the spiritual center of the Radha Soami Satsang. The Dera is situated about 6 kilometers from Beas and 46 kilometers from Amritsar, the town with the famous Golden Temple close to the border with Pakistan. Maharaj Charan Singh lived at the Dera with his family and several hundred Satsangis, initiated disciples, almost all of them Indians. The Dera had developed from the smallest beginnings in 1891 into the sizable colony that it now was. I received a very warm welcome and was given a room in the international guest house that was downright luxurious by comparison with the accommodation in Brahmavidya Mandir. The very next morning I was called for an interview with the master, who received me very kindly. I told him about the reaction of some Catholic theologians to the possibility that I might apply for initiation into the path of the Masters. The master did not show the slightest surprise or annoyance that I had asked these people for their views. Maharaji, footnote, Maharaji, Maha, highest, Raj, king, Ji, a word expressing respect and reverence. In India, this title is commonly used to address a person of high spiritual rank. End footnote. As the master was respectfully and lovingly addressed by his disciples, encouraged me to make up my own mind after spending some time studying the Sant-mat literature. By this, he referred to the teachings of the saints, the mystics. The term Sant, saint, mat, teachings, designates the teachings of mystics who practice and teach Surat Shabd Yoga, the yoga of the sound current, the audible word. These mystics include Guru Nanak, Kabir, Jalaluddin Rumi, Hafiz, and others, as well as the present line of masters of the Radha Swami Satsang Beas, the first of whom was Swamiji. The master invited me to be a guest of the Dera for as long as I wished. After the turbulent months in Europe, I was in urgent need of finding inner peace, and I therefore used the first few days to take stock of my present situation. I was conscious of standing at the threshold of a new phase in my spiritual life, and, before crossing it, I wanted to be quite sure about my motives so that I could justify this step to my own conscience. By this time, I had already made a provisional decision by accepting the master's invitation to come to Beas, but as yet I had not made a commitment to actually step onto the path of the masters. The master had explicitly assured me that I had complete freedom of choice, and I did indeed feel completely free to take whatever decision I might recognize as God's will for my life. On the other hand, I had not come to Beas by accident. Rather, I was convinced that my inner guide had shown me the way. By trusting him I had arrived here, and each further step would be taken with my eyes fixed on him. It had been my guiding principle for many years to obey this inner impulse when taking the sometimes momentous decisions in my life. In order to take stock of my situation, I wrote down everything that had been moving and affecting me for a long time. First and foremost, there was the fact that my spiritual life had stagnated, and I lacked the strength to do anything about it. It seemed clear to me that I needed the help of an experienced spiritual guide, and so I had approached Maharaj Charan Singh in the hope that he would grant me his help. This was the main reason that had led me to Beas. Secondly, a number of questions about my Christian faith had arisen in recent years. In particular, the Christian dogma about the salvation of humankind by the blood of the crucified Jesus Christ had become a central question of faith for me. When I considered the state of the world, even after Christ's death on the cross, I was overcome with doubts about the truth of these teachings. Was salvation only to become effective in the hereafter, and was this earth to remain forever a valley of tears and a den of vice? I could no longer believe that the whole of humankind was already redeemed, and so it seemed justifiable to ask whether there is only one Savior, as Christianity maintains, or whether Saviors are sent by God time and again in order to redeem the souls allotted to them. I had never been satisfied by the answers I received to this question from the Catholic theologians I consulted, but when I read The Path of the Masters by Dr. Johnson, I realized that the teachings of Santhmat do indeed offer a fresh perspective on this question. The Word of God. The third reason for my turning to a master was the question that I had first asked many years back. Who are you, O Lord? Whom had I been following into the desert? Whose gaze had saved me from falling into the precipice when I found myself on the ridge and on the tightrope? Who had led me to the threshold where I was now standing? Who was this unknown inner guide in whom I had placed so much trust? Certainly, I believed that it was Jesus Christ. I had dedicated my life to him and given him all my love. He was the foundation of my life. But was Jesus of Nazareth identical with the Lord to whom my life had belonged since my youth? Was Jesus really the power that had intervened in my life on so many occasions? Was he the one I had known for so many years in the form of light, and whose voice I had heard within? I could not answer these questions with any certainty. Who could answer these questions? I vaguely hoped that I might find the answers in the teachings of the Masters. Just a few days after writing down my questions, I received the answer during my meditation practice. It was not an intellectual realization, but an intuitive understanding of the interconnectedness of a number of factors, which up to now I had not been able to see clearly. In a flash of insight, I saw that the redeeming power that can rescue the soul from the powers of darkness and lead her into the kingdom of light is the divine Word, by which all things were made. This divine Word, the power of God, takes on human form in order to proclaim to the world the message of the Father and of the kingdom of God, and to redeem souls. This Word of God that has become man is the mercy of God incarnate, which had manifested itself as Jesus of Nazareth, the Christ. At the same time, it stood like a revelation before my eyes that this Word had not been manifested only in Jesus of Nazareth, as Christianity believes. It can manifest itself in anyone if it so chooses, making that person into a Christ. The Word can take on human form again and again without detracting in the least from the greatness and uniqueness of former incarnations. The Santhmat teachings, as Dr. Johnson's book had indicated, speak with a wonderful clarity about how this Word of God takes a human form. They do so without getting lost in theological and dogmatic speculations about the nature of this divine Word, and without turning it into a myth. According to these teachings, the Word did not come to earth in human form just once as Jesus Christ. Again and again, the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. Santhmat teaches that these are the true living masters, the Satgurus, chosen by the Word to become saviors of souls. Footnote: Satguru, true teacher, true master, living master. In the teachings of Santhmat, this expression denotes a spiritual teacher who teaches Surat Shabd Yoga, yoga of the sound current, who has himself ascended to the highest realm, Sachkhand or Satdesh, and who has been appointed by the Supreme Lord to lead his allotted souls back to him. End footnote. Such a master is a Christ of his own time. As Jesus said to his disciples, As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. This is true of all true living masters. They are the light of the world for those disciples who are living at the same time. Admittedly, it may be difficult for a Christian to accept the teaching of Sant Mat about the repeated incarnation of the Word, because the tradition of the uniqueness of Jesus Christ as the Savior of the world is a fundamental part of the Christian faith. On the other hand, the teachings of the Masters offered to my searching mind an explanation for the fact that humankind is still so clearly in need of salvation, even after Jesus Christ. And did not Christ himself say, "I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel"? My intuitive realization about the nature of Christ as the Word made flesh also gave me the answer to another of my questions. Who are you, O Lord? I saw the Lord as that same Word of God, that same Word that I had experienced within as light and an inner voice. In the hour of my conversion, it was this Word that had touched the depths of my soul, kindled the spark of divine fire in my heart, and made the fountain of living water spring within me. This was the inner call that I had followed when I left the house of my fathers in search of my promised land. This sudden insight strengthened my conviction that the teachings of the Masters were not in conflict with my faith in Jesus Christ. I could cross the threshold on which I was standing and turn to the path of the Masters, to Surat Shabd Yoga, the foundation of which is the teaching on the divine word, the same divine word of Christianity. Surat is a term for soul, and Shabad refers to the divine word as audible sound. Yoga means to yoke or to join. Surat Shabd Yoga is the spiritual method of uniting the soul with the divine word. I was filled with great joy and a deep peace within, and I experienced again the same inner security that had been given to me when I had first embarked on my adventure of faith. The Lord had answered my questions in a way that I could never have expected. I was sure that it was His answer. I now believed that I was ready for initiation and could ask the Master to accept me as his disciple. But in fact, I had as yet scarcely begun to explore this new dimension that was now starting to open up before my eyes. It soon became apparent that I had many lessons still to learn and many hurdles still to overcome, of whose existence I had as yet not the slightest inkling. Only 9 days had passed since I had arrived at the Dera, and I had hardly even begun to understand what it means to tread the path of the Masters. A few days later, when I asked the Master for initiation, he told me to study a little more. When he gave me this advice, I felt sure that he was not telling me to concentrate on further intellectual study. The Masters of our time do insist that one should first satisfy the intellect before applying for initiation, and Maharaj Charan Singh knew that I still needed to deepen my understanding of Sant Mat, especially about the role of the Master in Surat Shabd Yoga. Above all, I still had to fulfill one of the most important preconditions for this path, to have faith and trust in the Master. The Master's answer to my request for initiation was at first a disappointment. As it turned out, I would have to repeat my request several times, and some months would pass before the Master would grant it. Today it is clear to me that it was my new relationship with the Master that had helped me on that morning by giving me this intuitive realization about the Word, the realization that the Master and the Word of God are one. By doing this, he helped me to develop my understanding by giving me a glimpse of the truth, not through intellectual comprehension, but through a vision of reality adapted to my capacity at the time. He knew my questions even before I asked them, and he answered them in his own way. No words were needed. Chapter 27. Taking Hurdles. Following the Master's advice, I continued with my studies of the Sant Mat literature. I started with the original, unabridged edition of Dr. Johnson's book, the path of the masters. This helped me to gain a much clearer understanding of the teachings of the masters. It was a voyage of discovery that brought me many new insights. My horizons widened day by day, and the teachings took shape more clearly in my mind. Slowly, the various aspects of the teachings of Sant Mat came together, like the pieces of a mosaic coming together to form one beautiful picture that fascinated me more and more. After studying Dr. Johnson's book for some weeks, I turned to the original literature of the masters of the Radha Swami Satsang of Beas. These works included, among others, 5 volumes of Philosophy of the Masters by Maharaj Savan Singh, as well as discourses and letters of the various masters to their disciples all over the world, and selected extracts from question and answer sessions at meetings of international guests with Maharaj Charan Singh. As I read these books, I began to comprehend that the unfathomable depths of the teachings of Sant Mat can only be grasped by a student who actually walks the path leading within, under the guidance of a living master. The words of the masters were charged with spiritual energy, and they radiated a wisdom that only a true knower can have, one who possesses the cognitio Dei experimentalis, knowledge of God by experience, as Thomas Aquinas puts it. In the writings of the masters, I repeatedly found parallels with Advaita philosophy and quotations from the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. Maharaj Charan Singh often pointed out that all great spiritual teachers preach the same truth. However, the religions that emerge from these teachings evolve under the influence of their particular historic environments, and, in doing so, they depart more and more from their original source. This process cannot be undone, but on the level of spirituality, it is possible to discover their common origin, which consists in the experience of the divine truth and reality by those great teachers. One important point of agreement between Vedanta and Sant Mat is the primacy of the experience of God over intellectual knowledge of God. Both of these schools of spirituality also teach that the soul is a drop of the inexhaustible ocean of absolute being. The spiritual path of a human being and his liberation consist in again becoming conscious of the divine origin of his soul and merging into this ocean of divine existence. A few days after my arrival at the Dera, I was able to start meditating in the way that the Master had shown me in Nagpur. It was not the proper Surat Shabd Yoga exercise, just a preliminary concentration exercise, since I did not yet know the precise words for the meditation. These words are imparted only at the time of initiation. As is customary in the Dera, I got up at 3 o'clock each morning when the siren sounded for meditation. I tried to meditate by concentrating at the point in the forehead that the Master had shown me. This point was already familiar to me through the practice of the Jesus prayer, and I was able to put my attention in the place where the divine light had touched me for many years. Meditating, however, and this was the first hurdle, turned out to be difficult. My time in Europe had been tiring, and I had developed a severe headache like the one I had experienced in the monastery during my ridge walk. This meant that I had to perform the concentration exercises with utmost care, and that I was often unable to meditate for more than half an hour. The headache appeared especially when I tried to force my concentration. Although I believed, after just 1 week in the Dera, that I had a clear idea about the path ahead, there was a second hurdle that was far more difficult to overcome than the headache. I had come to Beas with the idea of asking the Master for initiation, so that I could then just go away and meditate. I thought that once I was initiated, I would leave the Dera and forget about the Master who, to my way of thinking, would have fulfilled his task by initiating me. In order to obtain the required knowledge about the path of the Masters as fast as possible, I spent all day reading and stuffing my brain with intellectual knowledge about Sant Mat. For this reason, I saw no need to attend the morning satsangs, where the Master gave discourses in Punjabi, the local language. At the evening meetings with the master in the International Guest House, which were conducted in English, I sat in the back row, while the other guests competed for places near the master. I was quite astonished to see how one-pointedly they would fix their gaze on him. Somehow, I felt like a stranger among these people. I was unable to identify with them because I thought of myself as Indian and tended to avoid these foreigners. In doing so, I isolated myself and deprived myself of the opportunity to talk with people who were already practitioners on the path. There was another hurdle of my own making. I had decided to cultivate an attitude of reserve, an attitude of wait and see. When I had first arrived at the Dera, I noticed how bright the faces of the people I saw around me were as I made my way to the guest house. The inhabitants of the guest house also made a very happy impression on me. They seemed to be full of joy in being at the Dera. Observing all this, I resolved not to allow myself to make decisions based on emotions, but rather to begin by thoroughly studying the teachings of the masters in a detached way. It was precisely because I found the masters so very likable that I was on my guard. Consequently, I did not allow myself to be influenced in any way by the enthusiasm of the disciples I met. On one occasion, I was sitting at a table with 2 German-speaking guests who had been initiated 1 year back. They were visiting the Dera for the first time, and they spoke with great enthusiasm about the path and the masters. As I did not want to get caught up in their elation, I kept them at arm's length and repeatedly contradicted them so that they became more and more taciturn. Some weeks went by in this manner until an Indian couple who were living in the guest house noticed how much of an outsider I was. Since I wore Indian dress, they approached me and, after a long talk about my life at Brahma Vidya Mandir and the reasons that had led me to the Dera, they took me under their wing. They accompanied me to Satsang and explained to me many things about Santmat that I had not yet understood. Meeting Mr. and Mrs. D turned out to be a crucial turning point for me, which helped me to overcome a hurdle that had become a serious hindrance on my path. Without my being aware of it, the master had availed himself of these 2 satsangis in order to pull me out of my self-imposed isolation. Lessons to learn. Soon after I started to study the Santmat literature, it became clear to me that it would not be practicable to receive initiation into Surat Shabd Yoga and then just forget about the master. I realized that the master has a central position on the spiritual path. He does not just impart the method of meditation to his disciple, he also accompanies him all the way, right up to the highest goal, the union of his soul with God. Without a relationship with the master, a disciple cannot take even 1 step on this path. Every day it became more evident to me that I might as well pack my bags and leave the Dera if I could not accept this fact. I had intuitively understood the key position of the master, and was intellectually convinced that the teachings of the masters were not contrary to my faith in Jesus Christ. As mentioned earlier, I had already asked for initiation 9 days after my arrival at the Dera, and that had been no momentary whim. But still, I had thought that after initiation I would be able to leave behind the one who taught me the method of meditation. I had believed that it would be enough to understand Santmat and to desire union with the divine word. Now I had to choose. Either I could forego initiation, or I could turn wholeheartedly to the master. Since I was sure that I wanted to walk this path, I would now have to learn the most important lesson of all, to make the master central to my thinking, my devotion, and my contemplation. This, however, turned out to be extremely difficult because I had never followed a living spiritual teacher. I had always followed my inner guide, with whom I felt inseparably connected. Jesus Christ had become the foundation of my life, a foundation that I would never abandon. He was a reality in my life that I could not put aside, for that would mean that during all those years I had been chasing a phantom, and it had all been nothing but a grand self-deception. But in the days to come, the Master led me step by step towards realizing that I did not have to give up Jesus Christ in order to follow the Master. To begin with, he made it very easy for me to concentrate on him. He was an exceptional personality who impressed me very deeply by his great kindness and humility. His face radiated light, and his eyes had a supernatural luster. Trusting in divine guidance, I tried to give myself entirely over to the Master's darshan, and to visualize his form also during meditation. Footnote: Darshan, sight or vision, seeing. Looking with reverence and love at a noble and distinguished personality, especially a spiritual master. End footnote. This confidence was rewarded much sooner than I could ever have hoped. Only a few days after I began to look at the Master with a gaze full of confidence and love, a marvelous change took place within me. The inner blockage that had brought my spiritual progress to a standstill began to dissolve, and the longing of my soul expanded immeasurably. From this experience, I realized how dangerous my situation had been, and that I never would have been able to remove that inner blockage by my own effort. Had I not met the Master, it would have remained there for the rest of my life, or perhaps I may even have given up the spiritual life entirely, despite my having gone so far, having overcome so many difficulties, and having experienced divine guidance so often. The second lesson I had to learn in those days was to extend once again my whole being towards the divine word, the fountain of my life, which I had met in my youth in the form of inner light and an inner voice. The kind of meditation I had adopted under the influence of Advaita philosophy had buried my intimate relationship with God. My heart was, as it were, paralyzed and incapable of longing for union with God. This had created a feeling of no longer loving him. Now I tried to open my heart by calling to the divine word with the prayer from the first epistle to the Corinthians, Maranatha, come, O Lord. Together with my turning to the Master, this exercise bore the fruits that I have described in the preceding paragraphs. All by his grace. A few days after this inner transformation, it was on 26th October 1971, I was able to speak to the Master about my experience. The Master was indescribably kind and said that he was aware of my efforts and my progress. He encouraged me to continue my study of Sanskrit literature. When I again asked for initiation, he said, I will do it when the time has come. Given the Master's response, I felt that I should generate a strong desire for it within myself in order to show the Master how great my longing was. By doing this, I hoped that I would not have to wait so long. My main motive in wanting initiation was, however, very egocentric. I wanted to receive meditation instructions so that I could continue on my spiritual path. Other reasons, liberation from reincarnation, the salvation of my soul, the experience of the sound current, were still purely intellectual, quite colorless and without life. Nevertheless, I tried to create a kind of artificial desire, a desire that had not grown organically within me. There had been far too little time for that to happen. One day, my efforts to create longing within myself were so exaggerated that the headaches came back and I was overcome by a great fatigue. This was certainly not the right way to prepare myself for initiation, but I had to go through this phase in order to learn the third lesson of the path of the Masters, that it is all his grace. By the evening of that day, I had finally made up my mind to wait calmly and leave it to the Lord to fix the time for initiation. When I considered how long God had been leading me towards initiation without my having any awareness of it, I could see how childish it would be to suddenly become impatient and try to hasten the process. When, with God's help, I regained my faith and trust, He made me realize that it is He Himself who wants the return of that soul, that tiny drop out of the limitless ocean of divine being. Who is anyone to desire union with God? It is God who infuses the longing into the human heart. It is the working of His grace. When I realized this, my inner balance was restored, and I got back the inner security that had filled me when I had followed the voice of my inner guide and embarked on my adventure with God. Chapter 28. The Master in the Light of the Gospel. Under the eyes of the Master, I had gone through an intense and complex learning process in just a few weeks. The study of the Sanskrit literature had revealed to me a completely new image of God and the world. While studying the books, I had already overcome some hurdles on my way to the path of the Masters, and I had learned some fundamental lessons that were to prove indispensable for embarking on this path. The first important lesson had been the realization of the nature of the divine Word and its incarnation as a Christ, which came to me during my first few days at the Dera. This opened my eyes to the mystery of the Son of God, who in the course of human history came and still comes again and again in human form as a teacher and a savior, in order to grant access to the kingdom of God to those souls allotted to Him by the Father. Of this I was now convinced. Jesus Christ clearly spoke of this on the eve of His crucifixion, when He said in His prayer to the Father, "I have manifested Thy name unto the men which Thou gavest me out of the world. Thine they were, and Thou gavest them me." After I gained this insight, 3 weeks passed by, and then the idea came to me, that I might learn about the nature of a true master, called in Sanskrit tradition a Satguru, with the help of the Gospels, especially by examining the words of the Master of Nazareth when giving testimony about himself. I would search the teachings of Jesus Christ, the Word of God made flesh, so that He Himself could introduce me into the mystery of a true living Master. To a Christian, it may seem very daring to apply the writings of the Gospel about Christ to a non-Christian master. But as I was inspired to explore this idea from within myself, I felt sure the idea came to me as an inspiration from my inner guide, and so it was with great eagerness that I started to explore the mystery of a true living Master in the Gospel. God and Man. The prologue to the Gospel according to St. John outlines in a few sentences and in archaic language the truly amazing mystery of the Christ, the Son of God, who became man. The Gospel reads, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us." According to the testimony of St. John's Gospel, the only begotten Son, unigenitus, the Christ, whom the Father had sent into the world for the salvation of souls, is both God and man. He is the creator of the world. As a man, He is a creature with an earthly body, a human mind and a soul. He is also one with the Word. These fundamental teachings of Christianity about the Word of God, the Logos, and its incarnation in human form are also the central ideas of the teachings of Sanskrit. With bold words that scandalized those who heard Him, Jesus Himself pointed to the mystery of His person when He said to the Pharisees, "Your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it, and was glad." When the Jews objected that He was a young man and yet pretended to have seen Abraham, Jesus answered, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am." In His prayer directed to His Father on the eve of His arrest, Jesus testified that He had been in the glory of the Father before the world was made. Footnote: "And now, O Father, Glorify thou me with thine own self, with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. John 17:5. End footnote. In this prayer, Jesus also says that the Father loved me before the foundation of the world. Time and again, Jesus emphasizes that he and the Father are one. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me. For this reason, the Son knows the Father, and the Father knows him. The Christ knows the mysteries of God because he is one with him. While going through the Gospel of St. John, I found many such passages. They now carried a meaning for me that I could never have imagined without meeting a true living Master. Even today, I am filled with awe when I read Jesus' statements about himself and ponder the mystery of a Satguru, whose soul is one with the Word of God. There is no difference between his soul and the Word of God. A Christ is the Word in human form. In the evening satsangs, the Master was quite often asked questions of a personal nature, who he was and how he saw himself. He rarely gave a direct answer to such questions, but preferred to quote one of the self-testimonies of Jesus. This was always like a revelation to us. It was these statements made by the teacher of Nazareth about himself that threw such a bright light on the person of the Master. We were always fascinated by the thought that they applied equally to the Satguru seated in person before us. When I first began to approach the Gospels from this angle, I was not yet fully convinced, but the more I read them, the clearer the concept of the Master became in my mind. The Fountain of Life. In reading St. John's Gospel, I came across many passages of great importance to understanding the true nature of a Christ. They were the passages in which Jesus manifests himself as the bearer and transmitter of divine life. Only one who carries life within himself can transmit life. The Master of Nazareth thus testifies, "For as the Father hath life in himself, so hath he given to the Son to have life in himself." With manifold symbols, Jesus Christ refers time and again to the fact that he is the fountain of life for all who believe in him. Deeply moved, I read the description of his meeting the Samaritan woman at the well of Jacob. There, Jesus speaks of the water of life that bestows immortality. "But whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up into everlasting life." Through the experience of the deeper dimension of consciousness that was granted to me, I felt a fountain had welled up inside me from which I too could drink living water that would quench the thirst of my soul. This personal experience had given me at least a faint idea of what Jesus Christ had spoken about. When I read this passage in the Gospel of St. John, I already knew from my study of the Santhmat books that the water to which Jesus refers is the divine life current, or the Word, the Shabd, which manifests itself as light and sound. It can be perceived by the eyes and the ears of the soul, after she has been connected with the Shabd through initiation by a true living Master. According to the teachings of the Masters, only a Christ, a Buddha, a Murshid, a Master of the highest order who has become one with the divine life current, is able to reconnect the soul of his disciple with the Shabd, and so put her on the road leading to salvation. This is the greatness of the Masters and their unique position in God's plan for the liberation of souls. On another occasion, Jesus calls himself the bread of life. "Verily, verily, I say unto you, Moses gave you not that bread from heaven, but my Father giveth you the true bread from heaven. For the bread of God is he which cometh down from heaven, and giveth life unto the world. I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst. Sant Mat teaches that we can experience the life-giving divine power of the word or logos within ourselves as light and sound. The bread of life means the supernatural light that nourishes the soul until she has grown up to the stature of the fullness of Christ, as St. Paul wrote to the Ephesians. I had experienced for myself the touch of this supernatural light as a gift of the bread of life long before I had ever heard about the concept of a living master or Sant Mat. On the basis of my own experience, I had at least a faint idea of how Christ had transmitted the divine life of which he speaks. The prologue to St. John's Gospel speaks of the Word of God as the light of men. Jesus himself testifies repeatedly that he is this light. Thus he says, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. This light cannot be perceived by the physical eyes. For this, the eye of the soul is needed. Jesus once revealed himself in his radiant or inner form to some of his disciples when he took them to Mount Tabor. It must have been an overwhelming experience to them to see their master in his astral form. This experience also awaits the disciple of a true living master when, by means of the meditation exercises, he crosses the threshold to a higher level of consciousness. He will then see his master in a resplendent light form, and from then on, this inner form will be always by his side. This divine light will reveal itself to the soul during her ascent to the kingdom of God, ever brighter and more powerful, until she merges forever into the uncreated light of God. The teacher of truth sent by God. Of all the insights I gained about the nature of a true master, a Christ, through Jesus Christ's testimony about himself, I would like to share with my readers one more aspect that deserves special attention. This is the idea of the Master as a teacher of truth sent by God. While reading through the Gospel of St. John, I realized more and more that the Master of Nazareth had a very distinct sense of his mission. Him that sent me is an expression frequently used by Jesus. Time and again he emphasizes that he has not come on his own initiative, but that the Father has sent him in order to announce the message of the kingdom of God, and that the Father hath borne witness of me. Jesus Christ professed that he descended from heaven to fulfill the will of the one who had sent him, and he promised that, He that receiveth me receiveth him that sent me. In his profound nocturnal conversation with Nicodemus, a Pharisee and counselor of the Jews, Jesus points out that God has loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. Even in the hour of farewell from his disciples on the eve of his arrest, in his prayer to the Father, he time and again comes back to the idea that he has been sent by God, as when he says, But now I go my way to him that sent me. Totally filled with this sense of mission, Jesus considered it his foremost task to give testimony to the truth, to the kingdom of God. This he confessed to the Roman governor Pontius Pilate, who later on would deliver him to the Sanhedrin, the Jewish judicial body, for crucifixion. He said, For this I have come to the world, to bear witness to the truth. The Master of Nazareth not only proclaimed the truth, but according to his own words, he is himself the truth. I am the way, and the truth, and the life. The personality of the Master of Nazareth and his recorded words left a deep impression on many of those who heard him. As the Gospel of St. Matthew testifies, many of them were deeply moved because Jesus taught them as one having authority. The people of his hometown also saw this quality in him, for they asked themselves, "Whence hath this man this wisdom and these mighty works? Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary? Whence then hath this man all these things?" The mystery of the strong personal magnetism and the authority of Jesus is due to the fact that he lived as a human being on earth and at the same time was face to face with God. Footnote: this expression St. Paul uses in his letter to the Corinthians. "For now we see through a glass, darkly, but then face to face." 1 Corinthians 13:12. End footnote. At any given moment he was able to lift up his eyes to heaven and to raise his consciousness to the level of the Father, to the throne of God. Jesus, the Christ, had himself realized the truth that he preached. He confirms this in the meeting with Nicodemus mentioned earlier, where he says, "Verily, verily, I say unto thee, we speak that we do know, and testify that we have seen." In his human form, however, Jesus Christ could reach only his contemporaries, but not the generations coming before and after him. What about those who had lived outside the short period when Jesus was on earth? As it was said earlier, Sant Mat teaches that God has to send his Son again and again into the world, so that as a Christ he can show the way back to the Father to those souls that are allotted to him. The Word must take human form, because only in this form can he proclaim the message of the kingdom of God and redeem the souls. If it was necessary once that the Son of God, his Word, should come to earth, then it would always be necessary. During the evening satsangs in the Dera, Maharaj Charan Singh emphasized repeatedly that the masters themselves do not demand of their disciples that they believe blindly in the true nature of a master. This will be revealed gradually to the student on his or her spiritual journey. In the beginning, the master explained, it is sufficient just to accept him as companion, brother, father, or friend, and to follow his instructions for meditation. In the course of his progress in meditation, the disciple will come to recognize the true nature of his master. The master's assurance that this is a gradual process was very important to me, for I was not yet able to accept in its entirety the Sant Mat teaching regarding the nature of a true living master. I spent some weeks studying the Gospels, listening to the testimony of Jesus about the true nature and mission of the Word of God made flesh. It became more and more clear to me that a Christ, a true Master, as presented in the Gospels through the person of Jesus and in the context of Sant Mat teachings, is a mysterium tremendum, an awe-inspiring mystery. In the light of the Gospels, I began to understand the Sant Mat teachings much better. Through the self-testimony of Jesus Christ, the image of the Master began to take on a beautiful luster. I was overwhelmed by the idea of what was taking place before our eyes. The eternal Word had taken human form and dwelt among us as a living being with whom we kept company. This filled me with a deep reverence for the Master, but also with love and devotion to him. With my background in the Christian scriptures, I had come a little closer to him, and he had become much more familiar to me. Chapter 29. It had been his gaze. By the time I finished my study of the Gospels, it was the end of October 1971. It felt to me that in just a few weeks I had gained so many insights. New worlds had opened before my eyes, and on the 26th of that same month, the Master accepted me for initiation. Now the path lay before me, and the Master's place in my life became clear. But the last and biggest hurdle remained. I still felt one strong inner blockage that had not been removed by my study of the Gospels. Intellectually, I had accepted the Santmat view of who the Master was, but I had not accepted it in the depths of my heart, where I felt inseparably connected with Jesus Christ. During meditation, it proved to be impossible to look, as it were, with one eye at Christ and with the other one at the Master. When I realized that I had to choose between these two directions, agony gripped me. How could I ever avert my gaze from Jesus Christ, whose eyes were constantly looking at me? This inner conflict worried me deeply. I asked myself whom I could speak to about it. Of course, there was the Master, but I shied away from asking him. He had always shown so much understanding of my questions, and he had always been so full of kindness, yet I still did not have enough confidence to ask a question that so directly pertained to his person. But the Master had heard my question without my asking him, and he answered it in a way that only a Master could. One evening the Satsang was given by Professor Bhatnagar, former secretary of the Master. The Master was present during the Satsang while the professor emphasized strongly that we should keep our gaze fixed steadily on the Master, not only during meditation, but for 24 hours a day. I was much affected by those words because just the day before, I had considered giving up contemplation of the form of the Master during meditation in order to concentrate again on the darkness. During the Satsang, the Master was sitting silently before us, but he had surely showered untold grace on his audience, not the least on me. At any rate, while listening to the professor's words, I felt an inner urge to show, at least as a sign of goodwill, that I was prepared, albeit as yet unable, to make the last decisive step. I decided to sit in Satsang the next morning in the first row and to fix my gaze on the Master as the other Satsangis did. It was a cry for help to that power to which I had dedicated my life. Only 2 days passed before I experienced for myself what it means to make one step towards the Lord. When we do this, He will take 100 steps towards us, as I had read in the writings of Christian mystics. On that day, when the evening Satsang was over, I felt a strong impulse to go immediately to my room and to meditate, even though I was very tired and had a headache. I felt that something was going to happen. As soon as I entered my room, I was thrown to the floor as if by an invisible force. This had never happened before. Lying on the ground, face down, I started to weep helplessly. With these tears, all my agony left me. At the same time, I felt the eyes of the Master fixed on me, holding my gaze. It was at this moment that I recognized the Master's eyes as the same eyes that I had looked into while passing over the ridge, and I knew for certain that I was repeating an experience that I had been through many times in the course of the past years. I now realized, without the slightest doubt, that the Lord and the Master are one. Finally, I had found my Christ. He was the one who had spoken to me in my youth, who had demanded my undivided heart, and who had laid his hand upon me. He was the inner guide who had taught me the contemplative prayer. He was the one who had encouraged me to fight when I had been at a loss because of the refusal from Rome to grant me exclaustration so that I could go to India. He was the one who had stood behind me on the ridge with his sword raised high in his hand. He was the one who had received me outside the door of my monastery when I took my first step into an unknown future. And now, finally, he had led me to his feet, in the form of a living teacher, in order to teach me the path leading within, which I could not have walked without having first met him in his physical form. Now he had disclosed his identity to me. Now I knew who it was that I had been following since my youth. It had been the Word of God that takes human form. Maharaj Charan Singh assured us many times that the Word, the Master in his Shabad form, invisibly stands at the side of his future disciple from his birth, or rather, he is inside him. When it is his great good fortune one day, in its own inscrutable way, this Word manifests to him as the shepherd of souls and takes him openly into his fold. In a wonderful and unpredictable way, the question of whose face I should look at during meditation was finally answered. I needed to look neither to the right nor to the left, but to the center. There I found the gaze that had been directed at me over so many years. The gaze of the Lord and the gaze of the Master had become one. Now I had experienced for myself that the universal Christ, the divine Word, and the Master are all one. It was an indescribable experience that turned me into a disciple of the Master in a matter of moments, without my having to turn away from Christ. The next morning, it was 7th November 1971, I had the opportunity to speak to the Master. It was not necessary to tell him of the experience of the previous evening, because he had brought it about. I only said to the Master, "When the Master uses his supernatural powers, the disciple cannot but surrender." The Master looked at me, and then he said only 2 words, "I know." Later, I would see for myself many times how the Master sees what is going on in the innermost recesses of a person. He sees into the depth of people's souls, even if he does not speak about it. With this experience, the prayer which I had directed to the Lord so often during our daily chanting of the Psalms, "Thy face, Lord, will I seek. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant," was fulfilled in a 2-fold way. The Lord had shown me a glimpse of his face, and I gained the inner security that in my Master I would behold the human form of the Word. Beholding his face. What wouldn't I, and hundreds of thousands of human beings who have lived during the 2,000 years since Christ's death, have given to meet him, to behold his face? I had always felt myself at a disadvantage compared to those who had been able to behold Jesus face to face. Is not our longing to see God in human form legitimate? We are accustomed to perceive things with our senses. To this natural need, God responded by manifesting himself in the form of the Word made flesh in Jesus Christ, as the Gospels tell us. But did God reveal himself in human form only once in the course of human history? Did he show himself to a small, privileged group on just one occasion and never again? I had had to be content with images of Jesus Christ that had been made by artists who had never seen him in his human form. Many of these images were certainly beautiful and able to evoke feelings of devotion and love, as I had experienced for myself while contemplating on the mosaic in the church at Fulda Abbey. Even after the desire to contemplate on the image of Christ had been extinguished by my experience of transcendence, the prayer, "Let me behold your face," had not lost its actuality. Now, however, I prayed not for a vision of Christ, but for the realization of his presence in a form that had nothing to do with imagination. To a certain extent, this prayer was fulfilled later, while I was going over the ridge and while I was on the tightrope. At those times I had met the gaze of that unknown one, whom I called my Lord, and I had felt that I was seeing God, although in a hidden way. In a similar way, the experience of light had been a vision of his face. My own experience had now convinced me that God, in his loving mercy, sends his Son into the world in human form again and again. I was filled with indescribable joy when I realized that even today we can behold his face in a true living Master, a Christ. I could never have dreamt that the words, "Let me behold your face," would be fulfilled in this way. Every day now I could experience for myself that for the disciple of a true living master there is nothing more blissful than devoting himself to the darshan of his master, to beholding his physical form, and especially his face. Maharaj Charan Singh, however, frequently pointed out that, by means of meditation, outer darshan of the master should lead us to inner darshan, to the contemplation of the inner radiant form of the master. Quite often he emphasized that the master in his physical form is not the real master, nor is the disciple in his human form the real disciple. Rather, the true master is the Shabd, and the true disciple is the soul. The body of the master is a mere instrument, and the body of the disciple is only a means to establish the connection between the two. In his real form, the Shabd or Word of God, the master will liberate the soul of his disciple and lead it to its final goal in order to make it one with him. Then the soul has reached the state described as the fullness of Christ. It has become the Son of God. Footnote. And he gave some apostles, and some prophets, and some evangelists, and some pastors and teachers, till we all come in the unity of the faith and of the knowledge of the Son of God, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ. Ephesians 4:11 and 13. End footnote. Chapter 30. Towards Initiation. In the days before the overwhelming experience described in the previous chapter, I had often tried to evoke love and devotion for the Satguru, the true master, in my heart. Once, during the evening satsang, an Indian satsangi, a Dera resident, had spoken movingly about this subject. The master himself often said that without love for the Lord, we cannot make progress on the spiritual path. In saying this, the master was certainly not demanding that we love him. He was speaking about his own experience of loving his own master, for he himself had been, and still was, a disciple of his beloved master, Maharaj Savan Singh, known affectionately as Great Master. Though he was now a Satguru himself, Maharaj Charan Singh always referred to his own master with such love and devotion that we were deeply touched. But I was unable to awaken such feelings in myself. It was only when my experience of the oneness of the Master of Nazareth and the living Master had transformed me into a disciple of the Master that my heart opened. The realization that during all those years on the ridge I had been looking into the eyes of the Master enabled me to cross over the threshold at which I had been standing for many weeks. A boundless land of spirituality extended before me, and I felt a strong urge to enter it and to pass through it quickly. I wanted to do the real meditation, because the meditation I was already doing with the Master's permission was only a preliminary exercise. However, some months would still have to pass before the Master would initiate me. Although I regularly repeated my request for initiation, he did not fix a date. Moreover, he was sometimes away from the Dera in order to deliver satsang in remote places for those who were unable to come to Beas. For example, he was away from the Dera at the end of November 1971 for 3 weeks, and, during his absence, the war between India and Pakistan flared up again. We could hear the artillery fire because the front line was not far away. Then the alarming news reached us that the Master had suffered a severe heart attack and was in a hospital in Delhi. When the Master finally returned to the Dera, I again asked him for initiation, but he just answered, "Don't worry, it will come." This was on the morning of 24th December. At the beginning of January, the time came for the guests to leave the Dera, making room for the next group. For this reason, the manager of the guest house had booked a flight for me to Nagpur. I was stunned at the idea that I should leave the Dera without being initiated, but then I was told that the master had ordered the booking to be cancelled and provided another room for me in the Dera. On 7th January 1972, the master sent for me and asked whether I had any obligations in the ashram that would require my early return. Fortunately, this was not the case. The master then said that, because of his heart attack, his physicians would not yet allow him to speak for long, and since initiation would take at least 1 hour, he asked me to wait till the beginning of February. But in reality, I was still not ready for initiation. Although I had learnt many lessons since I came to the Dera, and I had put my longing for initiation into the hands of the Lord, I needed still more time to come to a deeper understanding of the grace of initiation. During the weeks to come, the Master was preparing me in many ways, even without speaking to me directly. This waiting period was a long night, but a night full of splendor. It was like Advent, the time of waiting for the coming of the Lord. The Master had become the center of my life, and all my thoughts concentrated on him. At the beginning of February 1972, I was suddenly gripped by deep fear. It happened while I was busy smashing up old and badly baked bricks with the other inhabitants of the guest house. While doing this seva, voluntary service for the Master and his Sangat, his community, I was seized by a kind of despair. I felt that I would die if the Master did not initiate me. Although he had promised it several times, he kept postponing the date. After my initiation, I told the Master about this experience, and he said, "I wanted you to come to this point." So that had been the real reason for all the delays. I had to realize that without initiation, my life would have been like a living death. It was very important to realize this before initiation. The Masters point out, time and again, that one should ask for initiation only when the longing for it has become irresistible. Such an experience is necessary to keep an initiate going on the long and arduous path of spirituality. Then came 6th February 1972. We were only 12 guests, for a group of South African Satsangis had not obtained their visas for India, and so the evening Satsang was held in the reception room in Master's house. To be so close to the Master in a small room was a beautiful experience for all of us. We were allowed to ask questions, and I wanted to know how the Master finds his disciples, who are spread out all over the continents. The Master gave an answer that I don't recall now, but that apparently did not satisfy me. I therefore asked another question, and the Master gave me another answer. In this way, a kind of dialogue developed, during which I tried to concentrate on the Master's words and to keep my gaze fixed on him. In the end, however, I could no longer listen to the Master's answers. The surroundings seemed to fade away, and I felt as if my soul was standing before the Master, whom I hardly perceived anymore in his physical form. The Master wanted to grant me this experience on the eve of my initiation. He wanted to show me how the Master finds his disciple. Even if he is physically far away, he is present to the Master. Distance does not exist on the level of consciousness of a true Master. He knows his own. As Jesus says in the parable of the Good Shepherd, "I am the Good Shepherd, and know my sheep, and am known of mine." I was quite dazed by this event. In a single moment, I had again received an inkling of the greatness of a true Master that even decades of study could not have conveyed. Such experiences imprinted themselves indelibly in my heart, and there formed the foundation of my faith in the Master and my trust in him, which I hope will never be shaken. At that moment, I did not know that the Master would initiate me the next day. This I only found out when, at the end of the evening satsang, I heard him telling the manager of the guest house to bring me to his office after breakfast on the following morning. Then I realized what it meant. The Master would initiate me tomorrow. The day of the new birth. The next morning in his office, it was 7th February 1972, the Master handed me the initiation text in English and told me to read it carefully. After the morning satsang, which I was not to attend, I should come to him and he would initiate me. Full of joy, I retired to my room and read the text with great attention. Now the much longed-for day of initiation had come. I tried to prepare inwardly for this significant hour, which would indeed mark a turning point in my existence as a being created by God. It would be the hour of rebirth in the Holy Spirit, to which the Master of Nazareth referred when he said to Nicodemus, "Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God." According to Sant Mat, the new birth that Jesus Christ speaks of is brought about by the power of the Word, the Shabd, which has taken human form in a true Master. I was convinced that it was in this form that he would free my soul from the power of darkness and reconnect her with himself. Footnote: Giving thanks unto the Father, who hath delivered us from the power of darkness, and hath translated us into the kingdom of his dear Son. Colossians 1:12-13. End footnote. At initiation, the Master would take my soul out of the hands of the prince of this world and take upon himself the responsibility for her liberation and for her entrance into the kingdom of God. In the last few weeks, I had read so much about initiation and its effects, and I had heard it discussed in the evening satsangs with the Master. It was still theory to me, but I had already experienced the greatness and power of a true living Master on several occasions, so that I looked forward with confidence to the gradual unveiling of the reality of the spiritual path. More important than all reflection about the possible effects of initiation on my life was that at that hour I should entrust to him my fate, my whole life. When the time came, I went to the Master's house. Since the Master still had to attend to many other things, I had to wait for nearly an hour. When he finally approached me, he apologized for making me wait for such a long time. I was quite embarrassed and answered, "It is a grace to wait for the Lord." The Master took me into his visitor's room, sat Indian fashion on the carpet, and made me sit likewise on the ground in front of him. For a whole hour I sat in front of the Master with my gaze fixed on him while he explained the method of meditation, gave me the meditation words, and made me repeat them until I knew them by heart. These are Sanskrit words, 5 names of God, which the disciple has to repeat inwardly during meditation with utmost concentration and without interruption, until he reaches such perfect concentration that his consciousness turns inside and is lifted up to a higher plane. Then the Master explained to me the soul's path in her ascent through the various spiritual realms. He described different kinds of light and sound that the pilgrim will experience during his return to the eternal home. These manifestations of the sound current, the heavenly music, are to be seen and heard in meditation as the soul ascends to higher levels of consciousness. After explaining all this, the Master taught me how to listen to the Shabd. I tried to memorize all the Master's words and to open my heart to the grace of initiation. At the end of initiation, his last words were, "This is a path of love, and love only." Initiation into Surat Shabd Yoga is not a ceremony, but a process of instruction. It can be conducted by any person authorized by the Master. It is, however, far more than just an imparting of the technique of meditation and a description of the lights and sounds of the inner realms. The fundamental significance of initiation is that the Master reconnects the soul of his disciple with the Word, the Holy Spirit, and awakens her to a new life. According to the teachings of Sant Mat, only a true living Master can do this. By initiating a disciple, the master takes upon himself the responsibility for the disciple's soul and takes charge of his book of life, in which reward and punishment for his actions are recorded. The methods of meditation may change over the centuries, and a true master is free to choose the method by which the consciousness of his disciple is to turn inside. Should he wish to, the master could do it with a single gracious gaze. Similarly, the master is not bound to give particular words for the repetition or mantra. He can give a disciple any words he chooses for meditation. What matters is not the words themselves, but the power that the master puts into them. This power unfolds when the concentration of the practitioner has become stronger, so that finally the words repeat themselves automatically, even outside meditation. What happens inside the disciple during the initiation is hidden from most people until such time as they are able to raise their consciousness during meditation to a higher level, where they will meet the master in his astral form, his subtle or radiant form. Only then will they realize what the master has done and is still doing for them. Doubtless, this will be a wonderful experience for the disciple. There are disciples who ascend to this level of consciousness right away at the time of initiation, but most have to work hard to reach this stage. Whether or not the disciple has inner experiences at the time of initiation and how quickly he progresses on the path depends on his own inner state. For most disciples, it is a long and arduous journey, as the masters always emphasize. But nobody should lose heart when progress is slow, for the inner path is a retracing, in reverse, of the soul's long descent from her original home, which took place over an unimaginable span of time. When their disciples feel disheartened, the masters console them by pointing out that the ascent by means of Surat Shabd Yoga is comparatively short. During the evening satsangs, the master was frequently asked what happens to a disciple who does not succeed in covering the whole distance in this lifetime. The master's answer was invariably that a disciple has to return to the world only if he still has very strong attachments to people and objects of the world, or if he still must receive rewards or punishments for his actions that necessitate a life on earth. Otherwise, he will be able to continue his path of liberation on a higher plane. As mentioned before, similar forms of meditation are found in other religions. In Christianity, for example, we find the Jesus prayer and the practice of concentration described in the Cloud of Unknowing. It is, however, of decisive importance that a true living master imparts the meditation technique. If someone sets out on this inner path without a proper guide, there is a great danger of floundering. Even if he succeeds in reaching the astral region, nobody will be there to receive him, and he is likely to succumb to the temptations, the so-called siddhis, that lie in wait for him on that plane. Footnote: Siddhis are supernatural powers described by Patanjali in his Yoga Sutra, such as knowing the past and the future, understanding the language of all beings, knowing the thoughts of others, eliminating the feeling of hunger and thirst, making oneself invisible, as light as a feather, as small as an ant, or as big as an elephant, materializing things out of thin air. End footnote. Therefore, spiritual teachers strongly caution against trying to walk the inner path alone. The disciple initiated by a true living master will meet his master in his radiant form at the threshold of the astral region, and under his guidance he will be able to continue on his way. Above all, he will now hear the word, the sound current, which will irresistibly draw his soul upwards into the spiritual worlds. Preconditions for initiation. As a conclusion to this chapter, the preconditions for initiation should be mentioned. Like the teachers of the wisdom of Vedanta, who demand from the candidates for Brahma Vidya the fulfillment of certain preconditions, the masters of Surat Shabd Yoga insist on the observance of definite principles before initiation. These must be adhered to without compromise, both before and after initiation. Firstly, it is essential to adopt a purely vegetarian diet, no meat, eggs, fish, or fowl, in order not to increase the already heavy burden of sins resting upon the soul by killing animals and eating their flesh. Secondly, the masters demand complete abstinence from alcohol and drugs, because alcohol not only befuddles the senses, but also weakens the mental powers, which need to be strong and alert for a spiritual life. Taking drugs leads to hallucinations, which are by no means true spiritual experiences. Thirdly, the masters insist on a flawless moral life, since striving for the highest spiritual goal is incompatible with a life that is not in accordance with moral and ethical principles. From the time of initiation onwards, there is the further obligation to devote at least 2.5 hours every day to meditation. Meditation should come first in the life of a Satsangi. This means that he has to adjust his daily routine in order to have sufficient time for meditation. This no doubt means cutting down on other activities and giving up a number of things that might have been important to him. The observance of these 4 vows is indispensable, but, like in the teachings of Jesus Christ, the most important quality on the path of the masters is love and devotion to the Lord. This was emphasized by the master at every opportunity. As was pointed out earlier, the last sentence the master said to me at my initiation was, "This is a path of love, and love only." How is it possible to attain this love? I once asked the master during evening satsang. He pointed upwards and said, "He has to give it." We often asked the master about the nature of that love for the Lord. He explained again and again that true love only comes when one meets the Satguru in his astral or radiant form inside. At our present level of consciousness, love is always either intellectual or emotional. Neither kind is stable. At one time, the intellect may be fascinated by the Santmat teachings, and at another time it feels indifferent. At one time we feel love for the Lord, then at another time we don't feel anything. Yet we should always try to nourish the flames of love by all means at our disposal: daily meditation, attending satsang, reading Santmat books, seva or service to the master, turning to him mentally whenever our mind is free, praying to him and surrendering to the will of God. In other words, living according to the principles of Santmat. Chapter 31. Looking Back. With my initiation into Surat Shabd Yoga, a very turbulent phase of my spiritual path came to an end. It had lasted for nearly 10 years. When I made the first steps on this path, I did not see it for what it truly was. It did not show itself to me. I only knew that there was no turning back, but the goal itself was not known to me. Now it stood clearly before my eyes, and I could look back over the distance that I had covered so far. How much effort had been needed to take all these steps? Sometimes I was close to giving up my adventure of faith, but he had not allowed that to happen, because the very salvation of my soul was at stake, even though I was not aware of it. This must surely be the experience of every traveler on the spiritual way. The whole long journey had been necessary. Every turn taken, every mountain face climbed, every phase of inner dryness endured, had been necessary in order to reach a goal known only to my inner guide. Looking back at all the affliction and hardship I had endured on the journey that now lay behind me, I could sense the amount of grace I had received to enable me to reach the feet of the Master. Each phase of the journey had had its own significance, starting with the first hesitant steps I took as a youth after my first experience of the inner light and the inner voice. From that moment, my life belonged to God. In the next phase of my journey, the 16 years of monastic life in the Abbey of St. Ehrentraud, I had learned what it means to search for God and to recognize His will. The unknown one, who had become my fate, was my Lord, and I belonged to Him. The third phase of the journey, my life at Brahmavidya Mandir, had opened before me new dimensions of the knowledge of God and had expanded my vision beyond the boundaries of my own religion. I had grown deeper into the religion of spirituality, towards which I had been led by contemplative prayer and by my experience of the transcendent during my life in the monastery. The last phase was discovering the teachings of the Masters, which finally brought me to the threshold of the mystic path on which I would find everything that I had been longing and hoping for, the practice of merging my consciousness with the transcendent reality and the union of my soul with the infinite divine being. My journey had taken 43 years. It had been, if I had correctly understood the Master, a phase of remembrance. The experience of light and a deeper dimension of consciousness that I had during that time had given me valuable stock capital that I could take with me into the new phase of my spiritual life. I knew from experience that there is a path leading within, and that God, who is light, can be experienced in the form of light. These experiences were a great help to me in understanding the path of the Masters. I had made my inner journey as a Christian, never questioning whether and how Jesus Christ had taught His disciples the mystic path, the path leading within. These questions only arose when I considered applying for initiation into the path of the Masters. From the point of view of Sant Mat, there cannot be the slightest doubt that Jesus Christ, the incarnate Word, showed His allotted souls the path leading to the kingdom of God. These are His own words: "I am the way, the truth, and the life." Many of Jesus' mysterious words, especially those quoted in the Gospel of St. John, indicate that He taught the path of the Word or Shabd. But only a true spiritual teacher well versed in the path of the audible Word will interpret these words in this way. They relate, amongst others, to the listening to the Word of God, as for instance, "The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit, and they are life." The words of Christ cannot be interpreted as relating exclusively to hearing with the physical ears, nor can they be understood solely in terms of their ethical and moral sense. Obedience to a moral code may cleanse the heart, but it cannot fill it with divine life. This divine life is the Word that can be heard inside, which Jesus variously refers to as light, fountain of living water, and bread of life. The way back to God. The spiritual path on which I was led in my early youth by the experience of a supernatural light had been a way of searching for God and, simultaneously, of finding Him. It had been a time of longing for God during which I had, at my own level, time and again experienced moments or phases of union with Him. It had not been my own decision to follow this path. In my youth, before that experience, I did not feel any desire to dedicate my life to God. It was He who had put His hand upon me when I was still too young to think of such things. As the years went by after this event, I realized more and more that God had become my fate, and that my life had become an adventure with Him, an adventure from which there was no turning back. In reality, this adventure was my way back to Him, to the house of the Father, which my soul had once left with its descent into creation. Now He had called her back. He had kindled the longing for union with Him in my heart, because He wanted to unite my soul again with Himself. It was only through the study of the teachings of the Masters that I came to understand that the spiritual path is the soul's way back to God, from whom she was separated an immeasurable time before. With amazement, I read the descriptions of the soul's descent into the creation by Swamiji Maharaj of Agra, how she became a captive of the prince of this world, and how she became weighed down by a great burden of sins that prevents her return to her true home. Footnote: born Seth Shiv Dayal Singh, Swamiji, 1818 to 1878, as he was called by his disciples, taught the way of the word, the Shabad, as recorded in his two books, Sarbachan Poetry and Sarbachan Prose. End footnote. His description, which I paraphrase, shows how high and far is her original home. The first and foremost region is that of Radha Swami, which is the beginning and the end of everything and circumscribes all. Below the Radha Swami region is Satnam, true name, or Satlok, true region, which is highly effulgent and pure and is the region of pure spirit and consciousness. 2 stages below Satlok is the region of Sun, void, or Daswaं Dwar, 10th door, and below this lies Trikuti, the causal world and the region of Brahm. From here emanates Ishwari Maya, or Shakti, power, the subtle material of the whole creation below. Below Trikuti lies Sahastal Kamal, 1,000-petaled lotus, whose power supports the regions below it, And, the astral region, and Pind, the visible, material world. If the soul wants to return to God, she must retrace the long journey to her true home that she made in her descent from there into the material world. In returning to God, and here the faith of Christianity corresponds completely to the teachings of the Masters, the soul cannot rely on her own strength. She can only do it by holding the hand of the incarnate Word. According to the Santmat teachings, the Savior, the Christ, leads the soul back in his Shabad form after having connected her in his human form with the sound current, the audible word. The Christian Church does not emphasize this inner way of salvation. Christians believe they are saved by the death of Jesus on the cross. Long before I came into contact with Sant Mat, I had lost faith in this theory, which was developed by St. Paul. It raises a great number of unanswered questions. To me, the teachings of the Masters offer a convincing answer. According to these teachings, the path of salvation is a practical, mystic path that must be walked under the guidance of a Savior sent by God, a true living Master. Seen in this light, the spiritual path is much more than a beneficial technique, which is how the Christian meditation movement sees it. It is, rather, something that is essential for the salvation of the soul, for her liberation from the power of darkness. In Sant Mat, the spiritual path is a path of salvation and a path of action laid down by God Himself, a point that Maharaj Charan Singh emphasized time and again in the evening satsangs at the Dera. The position of religion. In this review of my spiritual path, one important question remains. What was the position of my religion on this path? With deep gratitude, I confess that my religion gave me faith in God and in Jesus Christ, molded my life from early childhood, and gave it a solid foundation. It taught me to love God and to trust in Him, giving me support even in times of misery and affliction. I grew up in the bosom of the Catholic Church, living, as it were, close to its heart. I received from it much help and inspiration for my religious life. In my youth, the truly great and holy ones whom the Church has brought forth were shining examples of love of God, which I strove to follow. Admittedly, it was an ideal image of the Church that I saw and revered. I saw no shadows on its face, and I knew nothing of the dark side of its history, the Inquisition, the power struggles, the depraved lives led by a number of popes, cardinals, and bishops. I had only a very vague knowledge of the terrible facts of the Crusades and the sometimes questionable or violent methods used in converting heathens to Christianity. Today, it is clear to me that throughout history, parts of the church establishment have been misused by the powers of darkness. According to my Christian faith, I saw the church as primarily a mediator between God and human beings, an administrator of the divine mysteries. I believed that God's grace flowed through the hands of the church by way of its sacraments, rites, and ceremonies. This is the church's own view of her unique role. I adopted this view as my own, receiving the sacraments and participating in formal worship in order to meet God. However, my own experience of the mystic dimension of spiritual life did not come to me through these religious forms. On the contrary, my experience showed me that they were no longer of use to me. In a single moment, all that I had hitherto considered an expression of my devotion to God and a means of gaining union with Him was rendered obsolete. Once God had pulled me into the depths of my own soul, it was impossible to be content with the traditional forms of a Christian religious life. They rather seemed like a curtain between God and my soul. I could not explain why I had met God outside the framework of the church's worship and the sacraments. Why had the experience of transcendence not come through these channels? I eventually found the answer in the teachings of the Masters, which explain that religious rites and ceremonies are perceived by the senses, so that the attention is held outside and fixed there. But God is pure spirit and cannot be recognized and experienced on that level of consciousness where the human intellect and the senses function. In order to meet Him, human beings must turn their attention inside, so that the consciousness expands to inner regions, in what Jesus Christ calls my Father's house. By practicing the Jesus prayer, I had started this inner journey, but without the support of the broader understanding that was to come to me through Sant Mat. Through the experience of a deeper layer of consciousness, a phase of my religious life had come to an end. I had outgrown the exterior forms of devotion to God and of contact with Him. This does not mean that in leaving behind the exterior forms and signs and turning to the path leading within, I had abandoned my religion. I had just moved on from the level of symbols to a deeper level of realization, and had thereby moved towards the religion of pure spirituality. The Masters emphasize that it is not necessary to give up one's religion in order to walk the path of the Masters. They say very clearly that Sant Mat is not a religion, but a science of the soul, by which it is possible to overcome one's ignorance about one's true nature and about God. The teachings of the Masters show the sincere seeker of God a dimension of spiritual life that the religions of the world have lost sight of. On the path of the Masters, each will find the fulfillment of the highest aspirations of his own religion, whether it be Christianity or some other religion. Sant Mat teaches that the key point is the need for a true living master, someone in whom the Word of God has taken human form. Jesus Christ Himself emphasizes this point very clearly in referring to His mission as a savior of souls during His lifetime, when He says to His disciples, "No man cometh unto the Father but by me." So in turning to the path of the Masters, I did not desert my religion, nor did I leave Jesus Christ. My love for Him today is in no way diminished, because He and the Master are one. This is not just a statement of belief. It is something I have known ever since that evening when my inner guide revealed himself to me as the Christ in the form of the living Master. There are the words of the Master of Nazareth, as laid down in the Gospel, which evoke within me a deep feeling of connection with Him. His words are still a light on the way to me, especially since those words of self-testimony helped me realize the nature of a true Master. Moreover, it was only in the light of the teachings of Sant Mat that I was able to understand the mystic meaning of Jesus' words, which only a true Master can recognize. On that memorable evening when I realized that the inner guide was the Master, who had been standing at my side since my youth and had accompanied me over the ridge, I began to understand that nothing had been in vain on the way that now lay behind me. All the love and devotion that I had offered to the Lord in the course of my life, I could now take with me on the path of the Masters. Not a single word of prayer, not one gaze on him was lost. My love had been directed from the beginning to the same power. Now this power had revealed itself in the form of a living Master. More and more I came to see how the 16 years in the monastery had been a unique preparation for the path of the Masters. It was a preparation that quite a few Satsangis considered a blessing, as they had had to make their way through the thickets of a worldly life. With my initiation, I crossed the threshold into a new dimension of spiritual life. Holding the hand of the Master, I would now walk the path of Surat Shabd Yoga, onto which he himself had guided me from inside. He would continue to be my inner guide, but from now on in a way only possible for a true living Master. The unique relationship between disciple and Master has already been discussed. From the moment of initiation onwards, the Master is with his disciple in his inner form, whether the disciple sees him within or not. Maharaj Charan Singh often assured us of this. This shows clearly how wrong I had been in my initial intention of forgetting all about the Master after initiation. I had not known at that time that the Master takes his abode in the disciple in his radiant form at the hour of initiation. Even if a disciple later turns his back on the path of the Masters, the Master will never leave him. This is a point often stressed by Maharaj Charan Singh. The same point is explained by the Master of Nazareth in the parable of the lost sheep. Footnote: How think ye, if a man have 100 sheep, and one of them be gone astray, doth he not leave the 99, and goeth into the mountains, and seeketh that which is gone astray? Matthew 18:12. End footnote. With initiation, I had come full circle. I had at last met in human form the one who had called me by name in my youth, and who had been my unseen guide on the way. He had led me through a process of learning and transformation in order to prepare me for meeting him in his human form, because it was only in that form that he could teach me to listen to his word. Chapter 32. Sidelights on Dera. After having spent some months at the Dera, I felt more and more at home. I had grown accustomed to the daily routine, made friends with some of the foreign guests and some of the Dera residents, and become increasingly familiar with the teachings of Sant Mat. Above all, my confidence in the Master had grown, and, with his help, I had surmounted quite a few obstacles. Day by day I had absorbed the Dera's prevailing atmosphere of peace and tranquility, of meditation, love, and devotion. I had gone through a process of transformation, although I was slow to realize it. Satsangis call the Dera a paradise on earth. This is not quite true, of course, because the Dera is inhabited by human beings and not by angels, but the presence of the Master permeates, illuminates, and transforms life in the Dera, imbuing it with a sense of ease and serenity that does create a paradise-like atmosphere. Every day in the Dera began at 3 o'clock in the morning with meditation, which everyone practiced alone. Collective meditation is not recommended in Surat Shabd Yoga. After breakfast and some kitchen work, we gathered every morning for the Master's Satsang, during which he himself, or a designated speaker, explained the Sant Mat teachings. We foreign guests were unable to understand the discourses since they were given in Punjabi, but any time spent in the presence of the Master, having his darshan, was very precious to us, and we fixed our gaze on the Master. Some advanced disciples may even have seen light emanating from his physical form. Some weeks after my arrival, I had begun exploring the Dera in order to familiarize myself with it. The Dera had taken shape by the banks of the river Beas in the course of nearly 80 years, in a place that had previously been a barren wasteland, cut through by deep ravines. The inhabitants of the neighboring villages shunned this region, believing it to be haunted. When I arrived in October 1971, I found there a sizable colony surrounded by a big wall. The center of the Dera was dominated by the Satsang house. It is a 7-towered building in Mughal style, built by Maharaj Savan Singh between 1934 and 1937 for the purpose of holding Satsang. It was designed to hold 2,000 people, but by the time it was completed, it was already too small for its purpose, and Satsang had to be held in the open. 50 years later, a number of huge, steel-framed sheds were built for holding Satsang, which also served as accommodation for the hundreds of thousands of Indian practitioners who gathered at the Dera several times in the year for the big Satsang gatherings. Today, the Dera is more than 100 years old and is almost urban in character. Modern houses, administration buildings, and some large 3-story guest houses have been constructed. In the village of Beas, Maharaj Charan Singh erected a charitable hospital with 300 beds that opened its doors in 1986. The hospital serves patients from the surrounding villages, regardless of their religion, many of whom might otherwise have no access to medical care. The center of the Dera had formed around the house of Maharaj Savan Singh, who was the Satguru of the Radha Swami Satsang Beas from 1903 to 1948. I loved the old Dera very much. One can still see there the small Satsang hall, the well that Maharaj Savan Singh had dug for his beloved master, Baba Jaimal Singh, and the buildings that served as the Savan Singh Library, the old publications department, and early residential buildings. The atmosphere radiated by these old buildings was indeed incomparable. In this older part of the Dera, there were also a naturopathy clinic and a dispensary where those who came to attend satsang, mainly Indians, could consult a physician. Board and lodging is free of charge for all the guests of the Dera. We were only expected to help by cleaning vegetables, washing dishes, or working in the garden. In the afternoon, all of us, Indians and foreign guests alike, did an hour of work, called seva. When I came to the Dera in 1971, the big ravines the river Beas had created along its bank were being filled up. Enormous masses of earth were being moved, hills were being pulled down, the soil used to fill the ravines, and the ground leveled. The initial depth of the ravines was 5 to 8 meters. An easy chair for the master had been placed nearby so that he could watch us as we passed by, each carrying a basket of earth on our head. In spite of all the dust that enveloped us, the Indian disciples sang at the top of their voices. The women had put on their best saris, and the children carried small buckets with sand, just to please the master. Of course, they could have used heavy machinery to do the work much faster, but this would have deprived us of the joy and the merit of seva. This kind of seva for the Satguru has a long tradition. It goes back to the time of the Gurus in the line of Guru Nanak in the Punjab. Seva of any kind for the master is considered an important component on the path of the masters. The most important seva that a Satsangi can accomplish, however, is meditation, as the master repeatedly emphasizes. Sometimes we did seva at the edge of the river Beas, cutting the head-high sedge grass, bundling it up, and carrying it to a place where it was stored. This grass was needed to fuel the open fires in the big kitchens, where unimaginable quantities of chapatis, rice, and vegetables were prepared every day. During the large satsang gatherings, the work went on round the clock, and always accompanied by the singing of devotional songs from the Santmat tradition. A seva we particularly loved was breaking up old bricks into small pieces to serve as a foundation for new roads. Over time, as greater and greater multitudes poured into the Dera for satsang, the rough land by the river was transformed into fertile farmland. Entire village communities came for the weekends on lorries and worked in the fields. The river provided sufficient water, and a large irrigation system was developed. In 1987, the river Beas overflowed its banks, destroying the fields. The water even entered some low-lying buildings and provision stores. In the following years, a high dam several kilometers in length was built to hold back the water in the event of another flood. For those staying in the International Guest House, the evening meeting with the Master was always the highlight of the day. At that time, the small hall on the first floor of the guest house was still large enough. Now the meetings are held in a newly constructed hall built over an expanded dining area. The meetings provided an opportunity to ask the Master questions about the Santhmat teachings. The Master answered these questions very patiently, even though they were quite often repetitious, and every day we were fascinated anew by his answers. We always had the impression that the Master heard much more in the questions than just the questioner's words. The questioner stood before him, and without doubt the Master was able to read his thoughts, so that these dialogues had a very personal quality, despite the presence of so many other people. Sometimes at the end of their stay at the Dera, the guests wanted to thank the Master for his hospitality and for everything they had received. The Master always pointed out that there was no reason to thank him, because the Dera belongs to all of us. It had been built by the loving seva of all, and all could make use of the opportunity to spend some time there in order to recharge their spiritual batteries. The Masters make sure that the Dera remains a spiritual center, the sole purpose of which is to communicate the Santhmat teachings and encourage the practice of Surat Shabd Yoga. All activities of the Dera serve this goal, and the time that a guest spends there is directed towards bringing his life more fully into line with the objective of the liberation of his soul and the attainment of God realization. Chapter 33. Surat Shabd Yoga. With this chapter, there begins a systematic outline of Surat Shabd Yoga, the teachings of the Masters. The central themes have already been mentioned in the course of my narrative. They are the Word, the Living Master, and meditation. They have been presented hitherto in a somewhat fragmentary fashion. What follows is an attempt to present these teachings of the Masters as a coherent whole. The path leading within. In the years before my initiation into Surat Shabd Yoga, I had longed with great intensity to merge again into the depths into which the experience of the desert had drawn me. But once my phase of remembrance had come to an end, I failed. Although I still vividly remembered this experience, I was not able to revive its effect. It did not carry me along any more. The time had come to travel the spiritual path on my own 2 feet. The way that lay before me was the path leading within, the actual spiritual or mystic path that initiation had opened up for me. In Surat Shabd Yoga, this path consists of 3 phases or practices. First, by repeating the words given to him by his master, the disciple must completely withdraw his consciousness from his body and concentrate it at the 3rd eye, which is also called the 10th door. This is the place that Jesus called the single eye. Footnote: If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Matthew 6:22. End footnote. It is the seat of mind and soul in the human body, and is situated in the subtle body between the eyebrows. In Surat Shabd Yoga, it is the point of departure for the spiritual ascent of the soul. The Master's instructions are to close all the lower doors of the body with this exercise of repetition. In other words, to withdraw the consciousness from them so that the disciple's mind cannot wander into the world, nor can the world of the senses enter into his consciousness. These lower doors are the sense organs and the organs related to elimination and procreation. The restless mind, which is like a turbulent sea, is to be calmed down by the uninterrupted, concentrated repetition of the words of meditation given to the disciple at the time of initiation. All the images that ceaselessly arise in the mind, all the wishes and desires brought in through the senses, the whirl of thoughts, are to be put to rest by means of the meditation. Finally, the mind becomes motionless, like the glassy surface of a pond. By this repetition, the mind is deprived of all food. Just as an oven goes cold when its fire is deprived of fuel, so does the mind become still when the vritti, waves, are calmed and the chitta, thinking capacity, is no longer assailed by them. By controlling the mind in this way, one also learns to keep the body motionless, so that eventually the practitioner becomes quite unaware of it. When the disciple brings all his attention one-pointedly to the eye center, he will meet his master in his radiant form. This is a moment of supreme bliss and happiness that every disciple yearns for with all his heart, but that has its price, as Kabir, a great Indian mystic, 1398 to 1518, hints at in one of his poems. Narrow indeed is the path of true love, for it can hold but one, not two. When I was, the master was not. But now the master is, and I am not. When the concentration in the third eye has become perfect, the consciousness of the disciple crosses the threshold to another level. It expands to the transcendental reality, which we are normally quite unaware of. The crossing of this threshold is a process of dying, an anticipation of the experience of physical death. In deep meditation, the consciousness withdraws from the body, as it does during physical death, the only difference being that after meditation the soul returns again to the body. The masters point out that this experience frees the disciple from all fear of death, and that he will even look forward with joy to his own death. In this way, the sting of death will be taken away from the disciple of a true master, for his own experience will show him that death is actually an awakening to another, higher level of consciousness. It is, as the master assures us, like awakening from a dream. Jesus Christ also speaks of this process of dying as a necessary process that has to precede the attainment of life. Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. It requires little imagination to realize that the first stage of the path leading within is difficult to tread and may take a long time. To go through this stage may be the work of a lifetime. Faith in the teachings of the masters is needed as a working hypothesis, so to say, and great effort and an unflinching determination are demanded. One has to adjust one's life for the whole 24 hours, and one has to set aside time for meditation every day. But as Maharaj Charan Singh explained many times, the disciple's journey is easier and meditation will bear fruit when practiced with love and devotion for the Master. More than anything else, it is love for the Master that moves us forward on our journey. The radiant form of the Master. When a disciple has perfected this first practice of his journey, often after years or decades, he will meet his Master, as mentioned before, in his astral or radiant form at the third eye. From here, the second stage of his journey begins. This is the contemplation of the inner form of the Master, in which the disciple is to immerse himself in that form and finally become one with it, as described by Kabir in the poem quoted above. The purpose of contemplating the radiant form of the Master is to fix the attention of the disciple there during meditation. The radiant inner form of the Master captivates the disciple's attention so that during meditation it does not slip down into the world of the senses. Maharaj Charan Singh mentioned still another purpose of contemplating on it. the radiant form catches our attention so much that we are not allowed to go astray. Otherwise, you will be lost in those mansions. There are so many attractions, so many attractions. As long as he cannot see the inner form of his master inside, a disciple may wish to use a photograph of the master to aid contemplation. This is a question frequently asked during the evening satsang. The master strongly discourages this practice because a photograph is lifeless, and imprinting it on the mind cannot bring about any spiritual effect. The photograph of a master may serve to keep his memory alive. It may also evoke the desire to see the master in his radiant form and encourage the disciple in his efforts to meet his master inside. One evening, the master also referred to the possibility that a disciple sometimes may get a glimpse of the master's face within, long before seeing his inner form. This blissful experience will be a great encouragement to a disciple. In beholding the inner form of the master, my prayer, "Make thy face to shine upon thy servant," which I had so often addressed to God, will find its fulfillment beyond anything that I ever could have imagined. On my spiritual path, the Lord has already answered this prayer of mine in manifold ways. First, there was the experience of his hidden presence. Then there was his gaze, which was like beholding his face. Finally, this prayer was answered in an even more wonderful way by letting me see the Master, my Christ, in his human form. The ultimate fulfillment of this prayer will take place when my soul reaches her real home and beholds the Lord face to face. During the early stages of his journey, if the love of the disciple for his master is still unstable and affected by doubts, then by turning the attention towards the master's inner form, that love will unfold beautifully and fill his entire being. It is here, and not before, that true love begins, as Maharaj Charan Singh emphasized every time we inquired about the nature of true love. The sound current. The sound current, or resounding Shabad, emanates from the Shabad form of the Master because the true form of the Master is the Shabad. Listening to the Shabad is the third aspect of the spiritual path that Surat Shabd Yoga teaches. When the consciousness of the disciple crosses the threshold into the worlds beyond, the inner organs of perception are opened. The eyes of the soul, hitherto blind, can now see the supernatural light. The ears of the soul, that so far had been deaf to God's voice, now experience the vibrations of the creative power, the Shabad, in the form of an enchanting music. The capacity to see this light and to hear the sound of the word is present in every human being. But these faculties can be used only when we cultivate them by appropriate means. We have to extend, as it were, our inner antenna and tune in our receiver, the inner senses of perception, to the transcendent frequency of light and sound. When I first read about the sound current or audible life stream in the book Science of the Soul by the Beas master, Sardar Bahadur Jagat Singh, lent to me by Mr. H. Singh of Nagpur, I closed the book. The statement that one can hear the word inside oneself sounded too strange to me, and I did not want to have anything to do with such things. But that book was not written for me, as Maharaj Charan Singh explained to me when I first met him. It is meant for initiated disciples who already have a basic knowledge of the path of the masters. It required intense study of the Santmat literature on my part before I could reach at least an intellectual appreciation of the central mystery of Surat Shabd Yoga. The Shabad, the divine word, the creative power of God that called creation into being, manifests itself as the audible life current, which has different sounds in the astral, causal, and spiritual regions. Swamiji of Agra, the great master and mystic, exponent of Surat Shabd Yoga in the modern age, describes those sounds, comparing them with the sounds produced by musical instruments. The reverberating melodies of bell and conch resound with the enchanting music of veena and flute. The kingri is played to the beat of the mridang. The dholak and the pakhawaj play on and on. Footnote: the veena and kingri are stringed instruments. The mridang, dholak, and pakhawaj are different kinds of drums. End footnote. The music of the Shabad that can be heard inside, however, is unstruck music. This means that it is not produced by any instrument or any physical means, nor is it just some lifeless cosmic vibration. As Maharaj Savan Singh stresses in Philosophy of the Masters, he is omnipresent and pure consciousness. In the same book, the Master also points out that the heavenly music is so enchanting, so charming, and so attractive that the consciousness of the one hearing it will instantly connect with and merge into it. The harmonies of the audible life stream captivate mind and soul to such an extent that they desire nothing but to listen to this divine music. The fascination of the material, astral, and causal worlds fades away through hearing this sound. Hearing the word with the inner ear is a universal human experience. People of all times and religions have heard it. The Upanishads speak of it. The Greek philosophers mention it. The Persian prophet Zoroaster and the Muslim Sufis knew about it. We also find it in the scriptures of the Jews, in the Old Testament, which testifies that the Word of God has manifested itself in various ways. The Theosophists also know about the audible word, and Christian mystics and saints have perceived it as a beautiful melody. There is no doubt that disciples of a true living master may have to go a long way before hearing the Shabad within. But just as they may have a glimpse of their master's face long before reaching the third eye, so also they may be able to hear an echo of the sound current or audible word during meditation, when their concentration has become stronger. Upon making contact with the Shabad, the soul, which is tied down by the force of gravity of creation, will now be pulled upward by the irresistible power of attraction of Shabad. She will be able to ascend through the transcendental worlds, finally reaching the source from whence the Shabad originates, the throne of God, the Supreme Lord Himself. Such is the liberation of the soul from the power of darkness. The Masters often point out that the sound current is the food of immortality, of which Jesus speaks very beautifully in the Gospel of St. John. For the bread of God is He which cometh down from heaven, and giveth life unto the world. He that eateth of this bread shall live forever. The Masters tell us that when the soul partakes of this food, it receives eternal life. This means that after the death of the physical body in which she lived on this earth, she no longer has to return to the circle of birth and death. For me, the connection of my soul with the sound current also had a personal significance. The consecration of virgins, which I had received many years ago, had been a symbolic anticipation of the wedding of my soul with the divine word. According to the testimony of the Masters of Surat Shabd Yoga, the soul is the bride of the eternal word, a thought that is also very familiar to the Christian mystics. The soul and the word, so the Masters explain, dwell in the same chamber, the human body, which the Apostle Paul describes as a temple of the living God. Yet the soul and the word do not see one another, and they cannot come together, because an insurmountable hindrance separates the soul from her beloved. This is the dense veil of the human mind, which covers the soul and prevents her union with the bridegroom. By initiation, the Master had connected my soul again with the sound current. To experience the mystical wedding will be the supreme fulfillment of my life. The path leading within, the connection of the soul with the audible word, Her liberation from the prison of this world and her return to the house of her father is the foundation of the Santmat teachings. In the following 2 chapters, I would like to familiarize the reader with some broader aspects of the teachings of the Masters, dealing with the state of the soul in this creation, and in particular, with karma and reincarnation. These ideas can be difficult for people brought up in Western societies. Chapter 34. God and Creation. This presentation of the cosmogony of the Masters starts with the 2 questions to which many seek an answer. Why did God create the world? Why are we here on earth? How often we had asked the Master these questions in the evening question and answer sessions. In his answers, he always referred to the inscrutable will of the Lord, who called this creation into being. The reasons for this creation, the Master added, are beyond our comprehension. We cannot understand these things at our level of consciousness because they go far beyond our limited range of experience. Only the innermost self, the soul, is capable of knowing the Lord's purpose for the creation. Of course, the Master knew the answer well. Of this we were convinced, because the Masters are one with God and are not separated from Him even while they are in the creation. But this knowledge cannot be expressed in words. For this reason, Maharaj Savan Singh answered, when asked the same question, "The best answer that I can give is to repeat the words of an ancient sage. Ask him who made it. I was not with him when he created it." When the consciousness of the disciple rises to a higher level, the answer will reveal itself gradually to him as he progresses. The second question, why God has sent the souls into creation, is answered in a metaphorical way by Swamiji. In Sarbachan, poetry, he says that the Lord gave the souls to Kal, the personification of the negative power, to animate his material creation. Since the negative power can create only matter, but not souls, he was given living beings, souls, to populate the lifeless worlds. The birthplace of these souls is Sachkhand, the true land, the realm of the true Lord of souls. In Sarbachan prose, which contains records of Swamiji's satsangs and dialogues, he mentions still another aspect of the souls being sent into creation. The human soul, Jiva, was sent into this world to see the show of life. It was the will of the Supreme Lord that the souls should witness this show of the origin and development of creation. The souls, however, were not sent into the world just to be spectators. They were also to be players in the theater of the world. On leaving Sachkhand, each soul received from the Lord, as Santmat teaches, her Adi Karma, her first karma, which contained in seed form her role in the theater of the world assigned to her by the Creator. The Cosmogony of the Masters. It was a fascinating experience for me to read about the beginning and development of creation as outlined by the Masters in Dr. Johnson's book, The Path of the Masters, and in Swamiji's Sarbachan poetry. Unlike the detailed account of creation in the book of Genesis, in which the origin and the development of the world is vividly described, Swamiji draws the picture of the origin of creation and its unfolding with a few lines. First, the Supreme Lord created Sachkhand, where he reigns as Satpurush, the true Lord. In this region, the Shabad manifested as the Lord's all-encompassing and all-pervading power of creation, which called creation into being. Then the Lord created 2 other spiritual worlds below Sachkhand. In these regions were charted out the causal, astral, and the physical worlds, referred to as the 3 worlds. The verse continues with the Supreme Lord saying, "These 3 worlds were created from but one drop of me, while I remain the unbounded, unfathomable ocean. I do not live in the 3 worlds, only the drop stays there. That very drop operates the entire system. It is this drop the Vedas call the limitless Brahm. Footnote. The word drop hints at the immense power of the ocean of divine being. One drop of the creative power of God could bring into existence all three worlds. In reality, the drop is the ocean, and the ocean is the drop, as the prologue of the Ishavasya Upanishad states. When fullness is taken from fullness, fullness still remains. End footnote. And then the Lord adds, none can fully grasp the secret of this creative drop. In the highest of the three worlds, which the masters call Trikuti, three mountains, the creative power of the Absolute Lord produced the two essential elements of these worlds, universal mind and matter. Universal mind consists of very subtle matter that has no life of its own, but draws all its energy from the divine life current, the Shabd. It is a supercosmic, creative intelligence, the structuring and organizing force in the three worlds, encompassing, integrating, and controlling everything. The universal mind carries in itself the seed of everything that has taken shape or will ever take shape in time and space in the three worlds. This power is, as it were, the architect of the multiplicity and diversity that characterizes the causal, astral, and physical realms, as it is defined in A Treasury of Mystic Terms. The second essential element in the three worlds is matter. In Trikuti, it exists in its most subtle form, whereas in the worlds below, the astral and the physical universes, it takes on coarser forms. Trikuti contains the two lower realms in seed form. For this reason, it is called causal, something that causes an effect. Swamiji also refers in his story of creation to the tattvas, or elements, and the three gunas, qualities of nature, that already exist in Trikuti in subtle form. The masters declare that the light-flooded beauty of Trikuti cannot be described. It is visible only to the inner eye. Swamiji depicts this experience in Sarbachan, poetry. Many suns and moons are seen, and many galaxies of stars are beheld. There appear before the eye forests, mountains, and gardens, and in every garden do flowers bloom. Streams and rivers with clean current, and seas doth the soul by bridges cross. The sound of the Shabd in the causal world is Om, which was known also to the seers of ancient India and which is mentioned in the Vedas as the creative word of Brahman. In his description of the causal world, Swamiji also speaks of the reverberating sound of the beating of a big drum and the thunder of clouds. From the causal region, the creative power of the Absolute One flows down towards the negative pole of creation from its origin in Sachkhand, the positive pole of creation, and produces And, the astral world. And is a Sanskrit word that means egg. This expression pertains to the oval shape of that region, referred to, for instance, by Hildegard of Bingen in her book Scivias, Know the Ways. The astral world is made of subtle matter, and all forms of the physical universes exist there in a subtle form, and are visible to the inner eye. This astral world is the big power station that sustains the physical worlds. Then comes Pinda, the physical worlds, the lowest, negative pole of creation. Pinda emanates from Anda. In these worlds, coarse matter and the physical forces of nature predominate, while the powers of the mind and even more of the soul are greatly reduced. For this reason, the physical creation functions in a state of relative negativity in comparison with Anda and Trikuti, utmost darkness reigns in Pinda. This condition is, as we will see, the reason for the development of evil in the world. All the worlds that have been briefly outlined here are reflections of the highest, absolute reality. They are levels of consciousness described with reference to our human experiences in time and space, because only in this way are they accessible to our intellect. The masters emphasize that Anda and Trikuti can only be perceived by the eyes of the mind and the powers of the soul when we go within. This short summary of the cosmogony of the masters should not conceal the fact that the origin and development of creation is an extremely complex subject that scientists will never be able to unveil completely, and that these worlds extend immeasurably far beyond the reach of our imagination or intellect. Mind and soul. As the soul was carried by the downward flowing current of the Shabad, she was equipped with the necessary tools to be able to enjoy the show of the three worlds as she entered each of them. On the causal level, the causal body. On the astral level, the astral body. And on the material level, the physical body. In addition, each soul was furnished with her own individual mind, covering the soul as causal, astral, and physical mind, corresponding to the three bodies. The individual mind is, so to say, a drop of the universal mind. In the Santmat teachings, the term mind, Sanskrit, man, Latin, mens, is a collective term for the three mind coverings of the soul. In Trikuti, the Karan man, causal mind, in Anda, the Andi man, astral mind, and on the physical plane, the Pinda man, which rules the physical body and senses. Pinda man is known as the human mind. Footnote: the Pinda man has 4 faculties. 1. Manas, faculty of cognition and perception, of receiving and storing of sensory impressions, especially of feelings, taste, and hearing. 2. Chitta, the faculty of recollection and of discerning of impressions that are conveyed mainly through the eyes, like form, beauty, color, movement, harmony, and perspective. 3. Buddhi, the actual intellect, the power of discrimination that makes decisions from the impressions received by manas and chitta. 4. Ahankar, the organ of execution of the mind that carries out the decisions of the intellect. Ahankar is man's will, the seat of the ego, of his individuality, through which he distinguishes himself from other persons and from the outer world. End footnote. These 3 minds are actually aspects of one mind, functioning at different levels. In order to understand the teachings of Santmat, it is essential to understand the nature of the mind, whose origin is in the causal world, Trikuti. As mentioned before, the universal mind consists of extremely subtle matter that possesses no life of its own. It draws its energy exclusively from the divine life stream, the Shabad. The individual mind receives its life force from the soul, to which it was given as an instrument. Santmat also emphasizes that mind and soul are inseparably connected as long as the soul is imprisoned in one of the above-mentioned bodies. As long as the soul is enveloped by these mind coverings, she identifies with them. Only when she casts them off on her way back to her origin, Sachkhand, the highest region, can she recognize herself as a being independent from the mind. The soul is pure spirit, Latin, spiritus. She is a spark of the divine light, a drop of the ocean of divine being, and therefore immortal. The created material mind, on the contrary, is only a necessary tool for the soul to enable her to function in the three worlds. As soon as the soul separates from it, the mind will stay back in Trikuti, its place of origin. Without the coverings of body and mind, the souls, as pure spiritual beings, would not be able to operate in the three worlds. The mind, however, is a fundamental impediment to the self-realization of the soul. It dims her light and clouds her view of God. This fact accounts for her present condition in the world. After her descent from the highest realm, and being equipped with her several bodies and her individual mind, the soul could at first enjoy the beauty of the regions that she traversed, experiencing the material world with the aid of the sense organs. It was a paradise-like state in which she lived. In the Indian tradition, it is called the Golden Age, in which the Dharma, the divine order, was still perfectly fulfilled. Humanity was adjusted completely to the order of creation, and therefore lived in harmony with it. The prophet Isaiah describes the state of creation at that time and pictures the final condition of the world that will come to pass when the descendants of Isaiah, on which the Spirit of the Lord shall rest, will take up their reign. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. And the cow and bear shall feed, their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. And the sucking child shall play on the hole of the asp, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the cockatrice den. As long as the Lord wills it, and no creature can question it, the creation must continue, and the souls will be tied by the negative power to the three worlds. It is in the order of creation that the souls should be bound by this power. A soul that once has descended into one of these worlds cannot leave it on her own strength. The ruler of the three worlds. In his Philosophy of the Masters, Maharaj Sawan Singh speaks of the divine law, the hukum, which is the divine creative will that emanates like a wave from the Ultimate One. By this wave, the two poles of creation are born, the positive power and the negative power, which manifests the three worlds, causal, astral, and physical, and rules over them. Indian mystics of the 19th and 20th centuries call this negative power Kal, time or death, a name that can be traced back to the Vedas. In adapting to the comfort level and understanding of their audience, these mystics have chosen to personify the negative power. They speak of Kal as a being that fulfills the task allotted to him under the supremacy of the highest Lord. The personification of the various aspects of God as creator, preserver, ruler, judge, or destroyer, and so on, is very common in the Indian philosophical and religious tradition, since the presentation of metaphysical and divine realities is only possible in terms of our human sphere of experience. In accordance with the usage of the Masters, in this book I have kept up this tradition of personification of the negative power. Kal therefore represents the power and ruler of the three lower worlds. He exercises his rulership over these worlds in two ways. First, on entry to his realm, every soul is covered with an individual mind that is a drop of the universal mind. According to the inscrutable will of God, this individual mind is the most effective means of binding the souls to the creation. Secondly, Kal's rule over the three worlds is based on the law of cause and effect, the law of karma, which regulates in every detail all that happens in the three worlds, the evolution of creation in its various phases, the orbits of the stars and planets, the development of life on Earth, and the individual fate of every single creature. It is not limited to the physical creation, but controls the astral and causal worlds as well. While truth, Bliss, love, and mercy reign in the kingdom of the true Lord. Justice rules in the realm of Kal. Justice is maintained by the law of karma, and the souls who live within this sphere of time and duality, the sphere of the negative power, are subject to it. The term negative indicates that this power operates at the lower pole of creation, while the true Lord, the positive power, reigns at the upper pole. Chapter 35. The Souls in the Creation. After this survey of the cosmogony of the Masters, now comes the crucial question of how it has come about that souls which originated in the Creator and were meant to be happy enjoying the show of the creation are now in a condition that is diametrically opposed to their Creator's nature. Why are these souls suffering? Again, it is Swamiji who very impressively answers this question. Following the sentence quoted earlier, "The human soul was sent to this world to see the show of life." He goes on to say, "But when she came here, she became completely absorbed in the show and lost all recollection of the Lord, like a child who goes out to see the fair, holding on to his father's hand, but lets go of the father's hand and is soon lost in the crowd. Now he is no longer able to enjoy the fair, nor can he find his father, and wanders from place to place." Whoever reads this explanation will immediately ask why the soul let go of the hand of the Father and got lost in the show of life. The starting point of this development lies, as Swamiji explains, in the fact that she is separated from God. The soul is, as mentioned above, a drop of the ocean of divine essence. As long as this drop was in the ocean, it was one with the ocean. When the soul, in accordance with the will of the Lord, descended to the regions below her land of birth, the feeling of individuality covered her like a veil. For this reason, she became susceptible to the attractions of the material creation, let go of the hand of the Father, and lost herself in the tumult of the fair. The following paragraphs try to explain why the soul became lost in the fair of creation, getting caught up in the net of Maya and falling under the sway of the individual mind. Footnote: Maya, ignorance, unreality, world of non-existence, the power of deception which makes us take the creation to be real even though it is perishable. Asat, that which does not exist, the unreal. Maya has human beings believe that they have a free will and are free to do or not do what they like, whereas a jnani, a wise person, has realized that he is only an instrument in the hand of the Supreme One, who carries out his plans for creation. In Indian mythology, Maya is often personified. End footnote. In the net of Maya. Over an immeasurable span of time, the soul descended deeper and deeper into the creation. Under the influence of her individual mind, which had been given to her to explore the world, she gradually succumbed to the fascination of the creation. For this reason, she fell more and more under the influence of the mind. As the coverings over her body and mind became denser, her light became obscured. Eventually she was surrounded, figuratively speaking, by utter darkness and sank into a deep slumber. She forgot where she came from, who her father was, and who she was herself. Thus the creation became like a net for the soul, in which she became more and more entangled. This net is very finely spun, using threads that the soul was unable to recognize because, in entering the worlds of the negative power, her light was already darkened. Since it is the will of the Supreme Lord that the souls should live in creation, this net is inescapable. The strongest thread of the net is, as Santmat teaches, the fatal fact that, on the level of earthly consciousness, a person is unable to experience the existence of the soul and therefore believes that his individual ego is his true self. That is why he identifies with his mind, emotions, and thinking, with his body, spouse, and children, and with his property. His whole thinking and acting is directed towards finding satisfaction and happiness in these things. To search for happiness is part of human nature. We carry within ourselves an insatiable longing for happiness. In his Confessions, St. Augustine says that the reason for this longing is to be found in the soul's subconscious remembrance of the bliss that it once experienced. The masters add that human beings, instead of striving to return to this place of bliss, try to find the fulfillment of their longing by chasing earthly happiness. The second thread in the net of Maya is that people consider the material world to be real because they are unable to experience the worlds beyond. Thus they live, without being aware of it, in a complete illusion, taking the shadow as truth, the appearance as reality. They live and act according to this existential illusion and get more and more enmeshed in the net in which they were caught so long ago. The third thread is the fact that people do not remember their previous lives because their consciousness has no access to the computer, their mind-body in which are stored the karmas of untold earthly lives through which they have already passed. If they were able to read this book of life, they would carefully avoid adding new sins to those committed in earlier lives, the consequences of which they have to bear. The Santmat teachings point to yet another thread in the net of Maya, which is that we are subject to the three qualities or attributes of nature, known in Indian philosophy as the three gunas. These three gunas are the first subtle building materials of creation and are the basis of all other substances, including the 5 tattvas, the subtle or esoteric elements, earth, water, fire, air, and ether, and the 25 prakritis, the manifestations of the elements in our bodies and their effects on the human mind. In the physical creation, the gunas are manifested as light, fire, and darkness. The fundamental properties of the gunas are described in the Bhagavad Gita, quoted below. Unfortunately, they are unknown in the West. The teachings of the masters agree perfectly with the statements in this ancient book of Indian wisdom. Satogun is stainless and luminous. It binds by creating attachment to happiness and attachment to knowledge. Satogun sets the trap of happiness and knowledge and binds the soul by attachment to beauty. It puts golden snares on the soul. Rajogun is of the nature of passion, the source of thirst and attachment. It binds the embodied one fast by the attachment to action. Rajogun evokes the desire for everything that a person has not yet attained and binds him by attachment to the things that he has brought into his possession. Tamogun is born of ignorance and deludes all embodied beings, binding them fast through heedlessness, indolence, and sleep. Tamogun affects lethargy, sluggishness, and foolishness in a person. His actions are not directed by reason, but by instinct. The senses of such a person are dull. He is not inclined to work and gives himself over to a great need for sleep. According to the individual mentality of each human being, these qualities of nature have their different effects. In one, the tendencies of Satogun are predominant. In another, those of Rajogun. And everyone will sometimes go through phases in which Tamogun prevails. Still another thread of the net of Maya is the imperfection of creation, an essential mark of its nature. Although endowed with so much power, Kal was incapable of manifesting perfect worlds. Rather, they are tainted with existential imperfections. They consist of many mutually contradictory components. At the end of his story of creation, Swamiji mentions the cause of that imperfection. he says, "Know that it is a compounded creation." This means that the three worlds are composed of opposing qualities. These opposing qualities, Santmat speaks of the pairs of opposites, are the play of Maya and have their effect on the entire creation, for instance as light and darkness, heat and cold, movement and rest, and so forth. We experience the pairs of opposites as joy and suffering, love and hatred, praise and reproach, honor and shame, satisfaction and disappointment, etc. It is indeed this polarity, the duality with its opposites, which is characteristic of the three worlds below the highest plane. It exists only in them. Beyond the sphere of the negative power, in the realm of the highest Lord, there are no opposites, not even good and bad. These are projections of the mind. The Lord is, as the great German philosopher Nicholas of Cusa, 1401 to 1464, puts it, the coincidentia oppositorum, the coinciding of opposites. Human beings also bear this duality in themselves because they possess two natures, the divine one, their souls, and the material one, their individual minds and their bodies. On the one hand, they experience the centrifugal force of the mind, the strong, outward tendencies that prevent them from coming into contact with the divine and make them slaves of the objects of the senses. On the other hand, there is the centripetal tendency, the inward pull, the longing of the soul for transcendence, for God. This longing, however, remains underdeveloped as long as they do not lead a spiritual life. Another imperfection of the realm of the negative power is its transitory nature. It is in a condition of perpetual change, coming into being and passing away. The creatures of Kal's realm are subject to birth and death because it is beyond his power to give them life. Since the immortal soul lives together with the mind in a perishable body, she is condemned to reincarnate after the death of one body into a new one, because the death of a creature does not release the soul from its fetters of karma. Indian philosophy explains the creation in terms of 8,400,000 forms of life. The soul is thus held captive in the creation as it reincarnates again and again in different forms. The masters point out that in this endless cycle of birth and death, it is extremely rare to obtain a human form. They point out how precious the human birth is because it is in the human form alone that the soul can find release from the lower worlds and return to its divine source. I have attempted to show in a concise manner the extent of the entanglement of the soul in the net of Maya. For more details, the reader is referred to the Santmat literature. The masters tirelessly point to these facts in their satsangs and letters. Their teachings about Kal and Maya have opened my eyes and made me realize how inescapably my soul and the souls of all people are ensnared in the creation, under the sway of the mind. The second reason why the soul, after descending into the creation, let go of the hand of the Father is, according to the teachings of the masters, her individual mind. Furnished with its several faculties, the mind enables the soul to operate in a physical body. By the faculties of manas and chitta, it receives and stores the impressions that the senses of the human body transmit to it. Through mind and senses, we are able to enjoy the glory and beauty of the world and to explore the mysteries of creation. The masters point out that the human mind has become completely dependent on the senses of the body. In this way, it has become their slave, just as the soul has become the slave of the mind. Under the influence of the sense perceptions, the mind has developed 5 negative qualities that are opposite to the positive qualities supplied to it by nature. The masters call the negative qualities the 5 perversions of the human mind, the 5 vices, or the 5 robbers. Christian moral theology calls them the 5 cardinal sins. They burden human beings like a severe illness. These 5 perversions are: lust, sexuality, which was given to human beings for the reproduction of the species, turned into voluptuousness, pulling them down to the level of animals driven by their instincts. In a wider sense, lust includes every form of hedonism, licentiousness, and lack of restraint in satisfying the senses and the desires of the body, including the abuse of alcohol and drugs. Anger, rage. People are social beings, and therefore it is a part of human nature to establish social relationships with others. These relationships are strongly disturbed by the second perversion of the human mind, anger and hatred. This vice destroys the harmony between people, creating quarrels and discord amongst them, and it is the cause of wars between nations. Anger is a raging fire that destroys everything noble in human beings. Avarice, greed, covetousness. People have a natural desire to seek security in life by acquiring material goods. Under the influence of the senses, this desire degenerates into avarice and greed. By these negative qualities, we are pulled down to the level of the things that we crave and are enslaved by them. Avarice makes people unscrupulous, ruthless, and heartless in dealings with their fellow beings. Attachment. The positive capacity of the human mind to persevere, and our sense of responsibility and duty, degenerate into attachment to other people and things. People are embroiled in the world because they are blinded by Maya, the ephemeral world of phenomena. Attachment makes human beings slaves and prevents them from turning to higher, spiritual matters. Egocentricity, egotism, pride, vanity. The 5th most severe disease of the human mind is the perversion of ego, or I-ness. The ego in human beings is part of their nature. It is the basis of their individuality, and at the same time it is the individual mind's faculty of execution, its will. By the cancer-like growth of their ego, people become conceited and proud, self-righteous and self-opinionated. They close their heart to the love of God and their fellow beings. Once the human mind comes under the dictates of the senses, it insatiably chases after sense pleasures, but these offer only short-lived enjoyment. As the masters point out, the soul has to bear the consequences of this fatal error. The mind, which should be the soul's servant, becomes a despot. It is then the soul's worst enemy. Under its influence, the soul let go of the hand of her father, and now the mind does all it can to prevent her from taking hold of it again. The law of cause and effect. When we look at our own lives and those of others, we get the impression that to a large extent we are governed by blind fate, and that the course of life is often determined by coincidences and circumstances that are out of our control. Due to our experiences in life, we may come to the conclusion that fate is not only blind, but also unjust at times. This is indeed one of humanity's great unanswered questions, and is treated at length in, for instance, the Book of Job. Who is responsible for the fact that a seemingly blind and unjust fate reigns on earth, and that often enough good people must suffer, whereas sinners remain unpunished? To a devout Christian, this paradox is insoluble. I, too, could not explain why God, whom my religion calls a loving and merciful Father, permits so much apparent injustice on earth. It is a question that puzzles all people, and I only found the answer in the teachings of the masters in the law of cause and effect, the law of karma. As long as the soul was master of her individual mind, she lived in harmony with the law of cause and effect. In the Golden Age, she therefore could enjoy the creation and at the same time partake of the unending divine bliss. But with the passing of the Yugas, she forgot the Supreme Lord and the origin of her being. Unconscious of her own existence, she got caught up in the net of Maya and became a slave of the mind. Consequently, she was caught up in the mechanism of karma and oppressed by it. Footnote: the Indian tradition, referred to by the masters when speaking of the immensity of time, describes a cycle of 4 yugas, ages, epochs, revolving perpetually in eternity. Sat Yuga is the golden age, in which the divine law is still perfectly fulfilled. Human beings naturally adapt to this law. Treta Yuga is the silver age, in which human beings start to act purposefully, meaning that they begin to act with certain goals in mind, as for instance in offering a sacrifice to gain the favor of a deity. Dwapar Yuga is the copper age, in which lawlessness and disobedience against the divine law are prevalent. Illness and mishaps occur. Desires creep in, and sacrifices are offered to the deities to prevent misfortune. Kal Yuga is the Iron Age, in which the divine law is hardly fulfilled and the world is drifting towards doomsday. The 4 yugas are said to cover a period of 4,320,000 years. One cycle of the 4 ages is a Mahayuga, a great age. 1,000 Mahayugas are 1 kalpa, which is called a day of Brahm. Then follows Pralaya, in which the 3 worlds, material, astral, and causal, are dissolved. Then the whole cycle recommences. End footnote. According to the teachings of the masters, every action a person takes, every word he utters, every thought he thinks, every experience he has, every motive by which he is led, his every desire, are all stored in his mental body like seeds. Nothing is lost, nothing is forgotten. Every seed must bear its fruit, as St. Paul writes in his letter to the Galatians. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. The fruits he must reap are the rewards for his good deeds, and the punishments are the consequences of his bad ones. Both will be determined by the law of karma, which is perfectly neutral and objective, and works automatically, with unfailing certainty, absolute accuracy, and incorruptible justice. The reward of one's deeds must be received and all debts must be paid. And the Master of Nazareth himself does not leave any doubt about this law. Footnote: For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Matthew 5:18. End footnote. In particular, the masters point out that whatever a person inflicts on his fellow creatures comes back to him like a boomerang. Each person must account for all the suffering he has caused others. This concerns not only his fellow human beings, but also his fellow creatures, the animals. Seen in this light, any cruelty to animals, any exploitation, vivisection, or experimentation, as well as all killing, or having them killed, in order to eat their flesh, takes on an altogether new significance. For this reason, eating meat is avoided by disciples of a true master, because killing a living creature causes serious consequences. The suffering and the agony of tortured creatures comes back in the form of wars, natural catastrophes, and the like. There is a direct correlation between the wars that flare up time and again in the world and the killing of people and animals. Seen from this perspective, nobody suffers innocently in this world. My own family, for example, considered itself free of guilt when the events of the war swept over us, but we were not innocent. We may not have done anything in this life that justified such suffering, but what did we know about the liabilities we had taken upon ourselves in previous lives, which resulted in our suffering in this life? It is not just our negative deeds that have their consequences. Good deeds that are not done out of selfless motives also create karma that must be received in the form of some kind of reward. Good actions tie the soul with golden chains, and bad actions tie it with iron ones, but both are effective in keeping the soul imprisoned in the creation. The Wheel of Reincarnation. Santmat teaches that a person can neither pay off all his karmic debts, nor can he receive all his due rewards in one lifetime. Some of it will be settled, but much new karma will accumulate on his account, and the soul that is burdened with this load will have to return to earth yet again in order to collect both rewards and punishments. According to the kind of karma one has, it is not even certain that one will be born again as a human being. One may have to take an animal form or even a plant body in order to pay off debts or receive a chance to gratify sensual desires that remained unfulfilled in a previous life. When I read about these matters in the Santmat books and heard about them in the Master's evening satsangs, I was deeply shocked when I realized the extent to which the knowledge of the law of karma and its consequences had been obscured in Christianity. Christians do believe that good deeds are rewarded by God and bad deeds bring suffering, and they believe that one must atone for grave sins by dwelling in hell forever. But Christians are ignorant of how the law of cause and effect really works. The key factor lies in the decision by the Second Council of Constantinople in CE 553 to ban the belief in reincarnation as heretical. After that, it completely vanished from the dogma of the Church and the consciousness of the faithful, but it had been very much a living belief in the first Christian centuries. Jews may have believed in reincarnation, as is evidenced by numerous passages in the Bible. Jesus Christ was considered by some contemporary Jews to be a reincarnation of the prophet Elijah, by others of Jeremiah or of some other prophet. He himself called John the Baptist a reincarnation of Elijah. In the religions of the East, for example, Hinduism, Buddhism, Lamaism, the belief in reincarnation is an integral part of their tradition. While reincarnation is hard for many Westerners to accept, ignoring it does not make it go away. It is one of the threads of the net of Maya that humans cannot remember their previous lives. If they could look back on their past lives and see the consequences of the bad deeds they have committed, they would try to avoid them in the future and would do their utmost to escape from the domain of Kal. Still, in our age, it is admitted by many physicians and psychologists that sometimes children do remember their previous lives, or that people, by means of rebirthing therapy, can look back on their former lives. There is a voluminous literature on the subject. The Masters also point out time and again that reincarnation can explain many things in a person's life. Somebody comes into the world gifted with very special talents, another with handicaps. Everyone has their special inclinations and tendencies that cannot be explained exclusively by heredity. These are the sanskaras, impressions on the mind that have been caused by actions and thoughts in previous lives. The sequence of many lives that a person has to go through is a process of learning and purification. By experience, they learn their lessons, even if most of the time they are unaware of the lesson they have learnt, or are learning at any given moment. These experiences are imprinted upon their mental body and make them shun what in the past has led to painful experiences, just as a child learns to avoid fire when he or she touches it and feels pain. The wheel of reincarnation is turning incessantly. The soul that got into this round of coming and going under the law of karma cannot free herself. Only contact with the Shabd, so the masters say, can bring about liberation from the circle of birth and death. Before my first contact with the teachings of the masters, my study of the Bhagavad Gita and the patient explanations of my fellow sisters at Brahma Vidya Mandir had already convinced me to a certain extent that karma and reincarnation are facts that determine our lives, but only the Santmat teachings gave me a comprehensive and coherent insight into their workings. The origin of evil in the world. One of the most worrying questions facing humanity concerns the origin of evil and the cause of suffering and death in the world. It always seemed to me that none of the great religions of the world, nor any of the philosophers of the Mediterranean world, were able to answer this question convincingly. The Jewish tradition and the Christian teachings hold the view that evil originates from Adam and Eve's transgression of the divine order when they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. After having ignored this commandment, Adam blames the woman that God has given him, and Eve in turn blames the serpent. Referring to this story, St. Paul in his letter to the Romans, however, calls Adam the originator of sin. Wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for that all have sinned. On the grounds of this statement of St. Paul, Christian theology developed the concept of original sin, the sinfulness that Adam, as the progenitor of humankind, is alleged to have passed on to all people. Insofar as a person comes into the world burdened with sin, the teaching of Santmat corresponds to that of Christianity. The essential difference, however, is that in Santmat the origin of sin, of evil in the world, is to be found neither in a devil nor in the primal father of humankind, but in each individual being. According to the teachings of the masters, every being carries the load of his own karma with him from one life to the next. As can be seen from the description of the net of Maya, the origin of what we call sin and evil in the world lies in the nature of creation, in its polarity, in the duality arising from this polarity, and in the degeneration of the human mind. Santmat teaches that sin came into the world when the child let go of the hand of the father, when the soul lost control over the mind, and the mind succumbed to the interplay of all the factors mentioned above. In this chapter, we have explained why the child, figuratively speaking, let go of the hand of the father and wandered aimlessly through the bustle of the fair, why the soul got ensnared in the net of Maya, and why she became a slave of the mind. It was shown how everything the human mind experiences, the net of Maya and the law of cause and effect that ties the soul to creation, is all a part of God's plan, all part of His play. He himself resolved to put on stage this theater of the world. In a verse by Swamiji, the highest Lord says, "I decided to put on this play with full knowledge." It was his inscrutable will that souls should animate the three worlds, and as long as he wants this creation to continue, the souls will be kept here by the play of duality, the interplay of negative and positive powers. The devil. Concerning the origin of evil in the world, one last important question remains. If there is evil in the world, is there also a devil? In the Christian traditions, the answer is an unequivocal yes, there is a devil, a Satan, a diabolus. According to Jewish and Christian traditions, the tempter first appeared in paradise, where, in the form of a serpent, he seduced Adam and Eve into disobeying the commandment of God that they should not eat from the tree of knowledge. This story in Genesis is an attempt to answer the age-old question about the origin of evil in the world. It is here the devil, in whose existence both Jews and Christians believe, makes his first appearance. In the book of Revelations, also called the Secret Revelation or the Apocalypse of John, written at the end of the first Christian century, the devil is described as a renegade angel who rebelled against God and became his antagonist. He is depicted as a great red dragon with 7 heads, against which Michael and his angels waged war. The dragon and his followers were thrown down to earth where they persecuted the people of God, the souls. Although it is not expressly stated in Christian dogma, it is accepted implicitly that the conquered dragon has the power to act as an antagonist against the Supreme Lord, to actively combat his plans, and to threaten the welfare of souls. This view accepts that there are, in fact, rival powers of good and evil in the world that are fighting for control. According to this way of looking at things, God, who else, was the creator of a being that was to become his antagonist, a truly blasphemous concept. The idea that God would have created an entity full of malice and insidiousness who would become his adversary seemed unbearable to me. It therefore became a matter of great importance to me to clarify for myself one of the most confusing misconceptions, or myths, in the Christian teachings. The Sant Mat teachings show that the Lord has not created a being that has become his antagonist and whom one could hold responsible for the evil in the world. This view of the devil is a mental concept, a phantom that can be relegated to the realm of mythology. How could this disastrous devil myth, which throws such a dark shadow on God's image, ever have developed? This shadow makes it very difficult to believe in the love of God. It also causes many people to lose their faith in God. The Father whom Jesus Christ preached about is all love and mercy. The existence of a devil, who according to the Christian theologians is the originator of all evil, was for me incompatible with Jesus Christ's message. It is because of this discrepancy that some theologians speak, as does St. Paul, of the mysterium iniquitatis, the mystery of sin and of Satan. The way people imagine God is a matter of central importance to them, for it determines their relationship with God. How can they have faith in a God and turn to him with love if they have to believe that this God caused them to fall into the hands of a Satan? Whatever the legends in different cultures and times have contributed to the development of the devil myth, the masters point out that it is simply a personification of evil in the world that is generated by the perversions of the human mind: lust, anger and hatred, envy and avarice, attachment to the world, egotism, pride, and a craving for power and honor. In the final analysis, all the evil in the world can be put down to these perversions. Consequently, temptation to sin does not come from a satanic being. Its origin rather lies in the individual human mind that has lost control over the senses because it is no longer ruled by the soul. Through its perversions, the individual mind has become the enemy of the soul, a tempter who himself is tempted. In some of his parables, Jesus Christ clearly refers to some of the negative tendencies of the human mind. He speaks, for example, of the enemy who, out of envy, sows weeds in his neighbor's field. The Master of Nazareth surely does not speak of the devil himself, but hints at the individual mind of a human being that has become a slave of the senses and under their influence has developed perverse tendencies. It is also the individual mind that turns the heart of a person into a stony field where the message of the kingdom of heaven cannot take root. It is indeed the mind that makes the thorns grow, which suffocate the seed of the word. The thorns are the worldly wishes and desires, the temptations by the senses that smother and overgrow the longing of the soul for the kingdom of God. For this reason, Jesus Christ calls the undisciplined individual mind an enemy, as do the masters of Surat Shabd Yoga. In Christianity, this negative tendency of the mind, active in all people, was personified and called the devil as though it had an independent existence. Doubtless, this mind is very powerful and has developed negative tendencies, but it consists entirely of subtle matter and has no life of its own. It is not an independent entity, but only a mental power that is enlivened by the soul. This personification may partly be based on an all too literal interpretation of the parables of Jesus Christ, in which he adapted his teachings to the level of understanding of his audience by describing the enemy as the personification of evil. This literal interpretation might have contributed to the problematic devil myth. The cause of suffering and death. The question of the cause of suffering and death in the world had deeply moved me ever since my youth, because my family was helplessly at the mercy of the events of the Second World War, and the death of my father had inflicted much suffering on all of us. Later, in the face of the suffering, misery, and death caused by famines, epidemics, and wars, I, together with untold others, again asked the question, who is responsible when for so many human beings the world they live in is a vale of tears and even a hell? From the point of view of the masters, the law of karma, described at the beginning of this chapter, is the cause of suffering in the world. By our actions, we trigger reactions in accordance with the law of cause and effect. For instance, if a person kills another person, he may be killed by his victim in another life without either of them being conscious of this karmic mechanism. Time and again, people will be brought together by their fate in order to clear their karmic accounts. The law of karma, however, does not evaluate our actions from an ethical point of view. It knows neither morality nor immorality, but reacts in a manner that is entirely neutral. We, however, do not experience the effects of the law of karma as neutral. We feel joy or suffering, pleasure or pain. The law of karma has no feelings. It does not suffer along with anyone to whom fate delivers pain, nor does it feel joy when anyone experiences pleasure. Only we human go through these experiences, feeling the whole scale of emotions from highest pleasure to deepest suffering, from bodily well-being to extreme physical pain. Only a living being is capable of experiencing pleasure or suffering. The more highly evolved a creature is, the more its body feels pain, and the more its mind experiences psychic suffering. The law of karma yields its effects according to the stage of development of a living being. We humans are the most developed beings on Earth, with our level of consciousness distinguishing us from the mammals below us. So taking the life of a human being calls forth, by the law of cause and effect, a much stronger reaction than does the killing of a fly. The masters also point out that animals and plants pass through karma as well, yet without creating any new karma. New karma can only be created by human beings, as they perform conscious actions and can think and judge. By virtue of having a sense of discrimination, of being able to distinguish right from wrong, we are responsible for what we do in life. The section dealing with the law of karma at the beginning of this chapter mentions the rewards and punishments that people will earn for their deeds. But who punishes and who gives the reward? In Sunday school, I learnt that God rewards good deeds and punishes bad ones, and that committing sins is an offense against God. This view is probably held by all Christians, although the Gospels do not say this. The Lord neither punishes nor rewards anyone, nor can we offend God. Pleasure and pain, good and evil, are categories of the domain of the negative power. They are called forth by Maya, and, as we have already seen, the absolute Lord is not touched by it. What is, however, touched by it is the Word made flesh, who was sent and continues to be sent to earth for the liberation of souls. In his human form, the Master bears pleasure and pain with his fellow humans. How often the Master of Nazareth refers to the suffering and joys of humankind. With his body and mind, the Christ takes part in everything that we suffer or enjoy. Thus, Maharaj Charan Singh once said, "When you are happy, I am happy too," a statement that moved his listeners deeply. The cause of death lies in the nature of every living being, because Kal cannot confer immortality on the creatures of his realm. Like the whole of the material creation, they are transitory. Therefore, death as such cannot be considered as punishment for any sin. Only the form of death is subject to the law of karma. For most people, death involves pain and mental suffering. First, the process of disintegration of the body and the giving up of everything that made up a person's life is painful. Secondly, in the hour of death, people suffer from uncertainty about what is awaiting them after death. We suffer because we have no remembrance of the transition from one form of existence to another, and because we cannot anticipate what will happen when we cross the threshold of death. But is it really unavoidable to live in such a state of uncertainty, or can we become familiar with the experience of dying? If we could do so, then death would lose its sting, and we could await it with calmness. Those who have had some experience of death, for instance, people who were declared clinically dead but came back to life, assure us that for them, death has lost its sting. They say that because of their near-death experiences, they are now able to face death with composure, or even with joy. However, since they did not really die, they cannot describe the actual process of death. During the war, I myself tried to take the terror out of death by anticipating it mentally and taking refuge in the bosom of the Father, as described in the first part of this book. But this was only a mental anticipation of crossing the threshold of death. It had not been an actual experience of death. Disciples of a true living master can overcome death while still in the body. By raising their consciousness in meditation to a higher level, they can cross the threshold of death and enter the astral world. They leave this body, just as they will at the time of death, but then return to it again at will. This, however, is not a matter for beginners. It can be achieved only in deep meditation when all mental powers are concentrated at one point. The masters advise their disciples to die to live, because only conquering death in this way will open the door to the higher worlds and the spiritual regions. These regions must be crossed by the soul in order to return to her original home and thereby to gain her liberation. Chapter 36. The Path of Salvation. The preceding chapter showed the full extent of the soul's entanglement in the net of Maya and her imprisonment in the creation in order to show clearly the background to the path of salvation of souls as taught by Sant Mat. Only if one is aware of the hopeless predicament of the soul and fully appreciates her need for salvation is one able to understand this path. The imprisonment of the soul, as described by Swamiji in his parable, began when the soul let go of the hand of the Father. Her liberation begins with the attempt to take hold of his hand again. One thing, however, should be quite clear. The initiative does not come from us, but from the Father. The soul has forgotten the Lord and her origin and got lost in the creation. When someone feels the desire to turn to the Lord, it is because the Lord himself has awakened this desire. He never forgets the soul. You were always part and parcel of me, Swamiji says, speaking as the Lord. Not only is God close to the soul, but she is, from his point of view, one with him, although in her present condition she is not aware of it. It is the Father, to remain with the metaphor, who extends his hand to the soul. He does so by coming into the prison in the shape of his Word made flesh, in order to release the souls that he has marked to return to his kingdom. In that respect, there is total agreement between the Christian teachings and the teachings of the Masters, but not as far as the path of liberation is concerned. Christianity speaks of the redemption that Jesus Christ has effected by sacrificing his life on the cross for all who believe in him and who are baptized in his name. Sant Mat speaks of the liberation of the soul that is effected by the power of the word, the Shabd, which again and again takes on human form. God's plan of salvation. The Father extends his hand to humankind through his Word made flesh, the Christ. Whoever has faith and confidence in the Master's teachings sees in the true living Master the Word of God, which has taken on a human form so that people may take hold of the saving hand of the Father. According to these teachings, the Master has a fourfold task. First, by proclaiming the teachings, he awakens people to the understanding that their soul is in captivity. In order to illustrate this fact, Maharaj Charan Singh sometimes told the following story. The son of a king had been kidnapped in his childhood and, without knowing about his regal background, had grown up in an alien land. Finally, the king was able to find his son and revealed to him that he was a royal prince and invited him to return to the land of his origin. The same idea is mentioned by Jesus Christ in the parable of the prodigal son. The soul is asleep, and it is the task of the Master to make us aware of this and to give us the desire to wake up from this sleep. As we have heard, deep down in the heart of each one of us, in the depth of our soul, there is a remembrance of the bliss that the soul experienced before descending into the creation. It is to this remembrance that the Master refers, explaining it and showing the way to again experience true and everlasting bliss and happiness. Second, when the Master has succeeded in winning the disciple's confidence in him so that the disciple takes shelter with him, the Master will take the disciple into his fold by initiating him and reconnecting the soul with the Shabad, that divine power that affects the liberation of the soul. The Master takes responsibility for the liberation of the disciple's soul, and he stands as surety to call that all the karmic debts of this particular soul will be paid. Maharaj Charan Singh assured us of this time and again. Disciples may believe that they themselves chose the Master, but it is the Master who calls each of them onto the path, as Jesus Christ made clear to his disciples. Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you. In his human form, the Master will teach, guide, and encourage the disciple to tread the path of liberation of the soul. It is indeed a wonderful experience to be in the presence of the Master, to listen to his words, and to hear his answers to the questions of his disciples. Moreover, the disciple is able to see the realization of the Santmat teachings in the person of the Master, in his life without blemish, his selfless service, his patience and tolerance, his composure, and his perfect love for his own Master and dedication to him. Third, the Master projects his astral form within the consciousness of his disciples at the time of initiation so that, from that moment, this form is constantly present within them, even if they may not be aware of it. The Master guides his disciples on the inner path and accompanies them in his Shabad form through the transcendental worlds to their eternal goal in the highest realm. Even if the soul has already escaped from the domain of the negative power and shines in her own light, she must still traverse a region of utter darkness that she would not be able to cross unaided. Here, as the Master sometimes explained during the evening satsang, the Master carries the soul of his disciple through the darkness. Lastly, the hand of the Father is his plan for the salvation of souls. The true living Master, the Christ of his own time, has a key position in this plan of salvation, because in his Shabad form he is the Redeemer of souls, and in his physical form he is the doorway to salvation. Every Christ is the manifested mercy of the Father and the sign of his love for souls in captivity. Of this love, the Masters give testimony through their teachings and by their lives. As Maharaj Charan Singh said on many occasions, the Masters come to bring love, and it was always a wonderful experience for his audience to hear these words from his own mouth, spoken by the one in whom they had become reality. Die to live. The Masters do not leave any doubt that the first phase of the way back to the eternal home is a process of dying. This means withdrawing one's consciousness during meditation from the body and from everything that makes up our earthly life in order to cross the threshold of death. To die to live. The path of the Masters is nothing else but a process of detachment from the world and of the liberation of the soul from the clutches of creation and the negative power. The aim is to overcome the effects of the three gunas, to neutralize the pairs of opposites, and to purify the individual mind and make it immune to the fascination of the world and indifferent to the enticements of the senses. At the first stage of the path of the Masters, this process of detachment, including the experience of dying, is doubtless a painful and a very lengthy one, as the Masters always stress. Detachment from the creation, however, is not completed even when the disciple has crossed the threshold to the astral world. To regain the original freedom that the soul possessed before descending into the creation, she must shed all the coverings she was furnished with when entering the domain of the negative power, the physical body and the physical mind, the astral body and the astral mind, the causal body and the causal mind. The shedding of these coverings takes place in deep meditation. When the consciousness leaves the physical world and ascends to the astral world, the practitioner becomes unaware of his body and his environment. When the consciousness ascends to the causal world, the astral coverings of the soul stay behind. When finally the soul leaves the causal region, she leaves behind the causal body and the causal mind. Now she is released from all bondage and attains knowledge of herself. According to the testimony of the Masters, this self-knowledge of the soul is the precondition for the knowledge of God, for the experience of God that she will gain in the highest plane. The necessity of detachment from the world was always emphasized in Christianity as well. Very early in the history of the Church, the tradition developed of turning one's back on the world in order to attain this detachment. People would withdraw at first to isolated regions and deserts, then later to monasteries or hermitages. This was based on the conviction that in this way it was possible to gain freedom from the world and to come nearer to God. For 16 years I had followed this way, and it was a time full of grace for me, for which I shall always be grateful to the Lord. But finally it was He who took me out of the garden enclosed, because this way of life had fulfilled its purpose, and, after the experience of the desert, it had become a hindrance on my spiritual path. The Masters do not encourage seekers of God and truth to turn their backs on the world, to drop out of life in the world, and to dedicate themselves undisturbed to the spiritual life. The Masters rather advise their disciples to live in the midst of the world, to discharge their responsibilities towards family and society, to earn their living, and at the same time to lead a spiritual life, to live in the world, but not to be of the world. The real enemy is not the world, although the world does try in many ways to pull our hearts away from divine matters. The real enemy of our soul here on earth is the human mind. The Masters emphasize that this enemy accompanies us everywhere. It goes with us into monasteries and even into complete solitude, and it is the mind that is to be conquered if the soul wants to escape slavery. Conquering the mind. The mind is an indispensable instrument for mastering life on earth. Every master uses his own mind to fulfill his mission on earth. The master, however, has control over his own mind. Having conquered his own mind, he can help his disciples by showing them the way and providing them with the means to gain control over their own minds. He shows them how to make the mind a friend, and finally to take it back to its origin in the causal region. Santmat emphasizes that the human mind is very powerful. To overcome the mind is very difficult. It will not be conquered by running away from the world, nor by mortifying the body, nor by suppressing the cravings of the senses. On the contrary, it may revolt against such methods. As a reaction against suppression, It may break out with redoubled vehemence, seeking happiness through the satisfaction of its desires. It is the strategy of the masters to make use of exactly this tendency of the mind to strive for happiness. The masters explain that to conquer the mind, one must offer it something more fascinating than the pleasures of the senses. Then it will turn away from them. The key is listening to the word of God, the divine music. This gives the mind an incomparably greater experience of bliss and happiness than anything this world can offer. As soon as the mind hears the audible life stream, it falls under its spell. It then considers all the pleasures of the senses, which it had hitherto chased after, to be rubbish. In this way, the mind can be won over. Then it becomes a friend of the soul that it had enslaved and regains control over the senses. However, this is a long-term solution to the problem of conquering the mind, since the Shabad is rarely heard at the time of initiation or shortly afterwards. The disciple must first develop the capacity to hear with his inner ear in order to perceive the audible word, but with the help of the master, he will eventually succeed. Meditation is of central importance because by means of concentrated, one-pointed practice of repetition, the doors to the world are closed. Once these doors are closed, the world can no longer intrude into our heart, and the mind can no longer flow out into the world. Meditation and a life lived according to the Santhmat teachings sublimate and refine the tendencies of the human mind. The 5 vices, lust, anger, avarice, attachment, and egocentricity, find no more nourishment, and in their place come the virtues of chastity, control of the sensual cravings, tolerance, and forgiveness. As an antidote to attachment to the world, the disciple cultivates the virtues of contentment and freedom from passion, vairagya, as well as discrimination, viveka. Footnotes. Vairagya, detachment from the world and the sense pleasures, indifference to sense objects and to physical or mental pleasures, ceasing to identify oneself with one's possessions, body, spouse, and children. Vairagya does not mean renunciation, but the gradual relinquishment of one's attachment to the transient things of this world as one becomes attached to the everlasting. Viveka, the faculty of discrimination, especially between sat, truth, reality, and asat, unreality, between the transient and the non-transient. In the beginning of the spiritual path, viveka is a question of the intellect, theoretical knowledge, on the basis of which decisions are made, such as turning towards whatever is true, real, everlasting, and good, and turning away from the world of illusion, maya, from all that is transitory and negative. The real discrimination gradually comes on another level of consciousness, when the soul has shed her coverings. End footnotes. Egotism and pride are conquered by true humility. Humility, however, is not obtained merely by realizing one's faults and sins, deficiencies and failures, nor is it to be had just by experiencing one's limitations and imperfections. As Maharaj Charan Singh once explained, the realization of one's insignificance is also a very important factor in inducing an attitude of humility. But the strongest means of conquering egotism is the disciples' love and devotion to the Master with whom they have taken refuge. This love of disciples for their Master, from whom they have received everything, is indeed the most important factor, not only in conquering the mind, but in walking the path of the Masters at all. This is made clear by the advice given by Swamiji of Agra in Sarbachan, prose, when he says, "Let the mind and the Satguru stand before you. If you obey the Guru, you overpower the mind, but if you follow the mind, you turn your face away from the Guru. Whoever has the pain of love will choose to follow the Guru, but one who has no fear, that is, of offending the Guru, will be carried away by the current of the mind. This is a path of love, were the Master's last words at my initiation into Surat Shabd Yoga. It will be the love for the Master that enables his disciples to finally gain victory over their mind. Burning the seeds of karma. Perhaps the strongest chain that binds the soul to creation and to the wheel of reincarnation is the burden of karma that she has accumulated in the course of countless lives on earth. This karma is stored like seeds in the causal mind. Sooner or later, these seeds must sprout and bear fruit that must be harvested in the form of reward or punishment. Santmat distinguishes between 3 kinds of karma. Pralabdha karma, also known as fate karma, is the karma that is allotted to us for the present life. Kriyamana karma is the karma that is created in this life. Sinchit karma is the balance of unpaid karma from all our past lives that has to be gone through in the next or subsequent lives. Once, during an evening satsang in the Dera, I asked the Master who is it that assigns to each of us that karma that molds the fate that we have to go through in a lifetime, and who determines the actual course of life of a human being on earth, which is a mixed bag of the most diverse events. Can it be, I asked, that each of us has a guardian angel, as Christians believe, who is responsible for us? Not so, said the Master. The course of each human life is determined by the law of karma. Each of us is born with our life script, our role in life, already in our hands. Among all the various attachments, tendencies, and inclinations that were imprinted upon our mental body by our thoughts and actions in previous lives, those that press most for realization combine to form our fate in a new life. The karmas of each one of us determine the life form in which we can best live out what we have most desired in our previous lives, or in which we can best receive whatever rewards and punishments we most urgently need to go through. Thus, we ourselves effectively design and shape the circumstances of our own lives. We choose our native country and our parents. We choose to meet certain people, visit certain places, and so on. Now the crucial question is, how can the soul free herself from these seeds of karma? Is there any way to get liberation from these unpaid karmic debts? If not, the fate of the souls in creation is sealed, because Kal does not allow any soul to leave his domain while the causal mind still carries any seeds of karma in it, for in his realm, justice reigns. It is the Shabad that burns the seed karma. As Santmat teaches, the Shabad is the redeeming power. Whenever a soul is able to experience the Shabad, it liberates the soul from her karma by destroying it. Once this is accomplished, the soul can shake off her last coverings, the causal body and the causal mind, and can leave the sphere of duality and cause and effect, accompanied by the Master who connected her with the sound current. Kal cannot keep her back any more. This shows the greatness and perfect power of a true living Master. He lives in the world like we do, but his true form is the Shabad, the power that liberates the soul, that gives her salvation. This is a truth that human beings can neither grasp with their intellect nor perceive with their senses, but the disciple who is advanced on the path of the Masters can experience it on a higher level of consciousness. The soul's experience of liberation. The path of liberation, as shown by Santmat, is a slow process of detachment from the world that includes steep ascents and periods of barren dryness. But the reality of liberation can be experienced, at least partly, even before hearing the Shabad inside. For this, however, it is indispensable that disciples attend punctually and regularly to the daily meditation and live according to the Santmat principles. In the course of time, they will notice that they can go through their fate with much more composure than before, and that they can face the future quite calmly. It will become easier to keep an inner balance when going through the ups and downs of life, and to meet with indifference the effects of the pairs of opposites that are inherent in creation. Such disciples will be far less affected by feelings of pleasure and pain, sympathy and antipathy, enthusiasm and despondency, and other emotions, because by means of the concentration obtained through meditation, they will be able to withdraw to that center where positive and negative emotions are neutralized. The disciples of a true living master will also find that they can free themselves more easily from attachments to people and objects, because they gradually gain a certain detachment towards life as a whole. They learn to give precedence to their spiritual life when setting their priorities. In this way, they gradually learn to see the people, objects, and events of this world in the context of a wider spiritual reality. Since these things are all subject to change, they can never give lasting happiness. The more we become independent from them, the more we work instead for that which is eternal and unchanging, the freer we will be. The above-mentioned experiences are relatively small symptoms of detachment, yet even these are indications of progressive liberation from the world, and they should be consciously recognized as such. They are surely encouraging signs of progress on the spiritual path, where we must leave behind not only our attachments to worldly things and people, but also, eventually, our body and our individual mind. Only then will the soul be free to return to the land of her origin, the realm of the Father. Sometimes the Master was asked during evening satsang whether a soul that has returned to the Lord will ever be sent back into the creation. The Master assured us that this would not happen. Swamiji deals with this question also in Sarbachan, poetry, and from his answer it may be concluded that the return of the soul to her home will be infinitely more beautiful than the life she knew before her descent into the creation. There she will receive an infinitely greater bliss, because the highest Lord himself will take her to those regions beyond her land of birth, the indescribable, the inaccessible, and the nameless, purely spiritual and divine regions. The 4 preceding chapters are a summary of the main aspects of the teachings of the Masters. They go beyond the knowledge and understanding that I had when I was initiated in 1972. They are based on more than 35 years of study and practical experience on this path since then. In 1972, I had only a basic knowledge of the teachings and had taken just the first few steps into this new dimension of my spiritual adventure. That basic knowledge would never have been sufficient to step over the threshold to new horizons. It was the Master's inner guidance that removed all the initial uncertainties and doubts. There were moments when the Master bestowed upon me experiences and insights that could not have been transmitted through the intellect. I am conscious that for those who come into contact with the teachings of the Masters for the first time, reading these chapters will give rise to a number of questions that cannot be answered in the context of this book. Answers to such questions will in general be supplied by the study of the Santmat literature. See the list at the end of this book, and conversations with fellow seekers. With my initiation, I had, as it were, reached base camp and could now begin the ascent to heights beyond the highest summits on earth. I still feel today that treading the path of the Masters is like climbing a very high mountain, leading over steep rock faces and precipices. I never felt that after initiation I could afford to rest, even though it was true that my time of searching for the way had come to an end, and the goal was clearly in view. Initiation means the beginning of the first stage of the path of the Masters, which is a preparatory phase. The inner ascent of the soul only begins, the Masters always stress this point, when we take our consciousness across the threshold of the transcendental world. After initiation, it is essential that Santmat be lived. Day by day, step by step, the path of the Masters has to be trodden untiringly, without being able to measure the distance already covered, and without knowing how much remains before the goal is reached. Chapter 37. Return to Germany. In the course of this book, I have repeatedly emphasized that I did not know why God had led me to India. The one thing that was clear to me was that the real reason had nothing to do with the many tasks that had been allotted to me. I never saw these tasks as a justification for my stay in India. On the contrary, I was afraid to define for myself the meaning and purpose of my life in India, lest I might lose my sensitivity to the impulses of my inner guide, as well as my eye contact with him. Yet this one-pointed looking at the Lord was the essence of my spiritual life, and I therefore had to live in a state of continuous submission to my utter uncertainty about what God intended to do with my life. Again and again, I had to enter anew into my adventure of faith. At the same time, however, I was sure that the Lord would disclose his purpose at the right time. This time came some days after my initiation. Finally, the veil was lifted, and God made me realize why he had brought me to this country. For many years, this question had been constantly on my mind. I had been waiting for the answer for such a long time, and now, suddenly, it stood clearly before my eyes. I saw that the Lord had marked me for the path of the Masters, and that I had come to India to meet my Master and to receive initiation from him. To be initiated into Santmat was, I felt, the single most decisive event, not only in my present life, but in my entire existence as a created being. It was the main reason for the years of walking over the ridge, for leaving the house of my fathers, and for going to India. The years preceding initiation had been a phase of development, a necessary preparation for crossing the threshold into a new dimension of spiritual life. I would probably never have come to this point in my life if I had not left unanswered the question of the purpose of my life in India. Had I prematurely answered this question myself, then in all probability I would have contented myself with the achievement of obvious goals in India. But then the far higher goal, initiation into a practical inner path of self-development, would have remained hidden. At the bottom of my heart, I had been conscious of this danger, although I could not have formulated it. My inner guide had prevented my falling victim to that subtle attempt of my own mind to keep me away from the path of the Masters. There must also have been karmic reasons why I had to come to India. I had to meet certain people, visit certain places, and render certain services. But the main reason was, I felt, to come to the path of the Masters. When I became aware of this, the question arose as to what my task in India would be from now on. I was quite sure that I wanted to stay in India, but what good reason did I have for staying? What I would have liked most of all would have been to stay in the Dera, to be always in the presence of the Master, to think only of Santmat and meditation. This would have been the fulfillment of all my dreams. The secretary of the Radha Soami Satsang and other members of the Dera management suggested that I might stay there. They told me that there was lots of work for me in the archives and that somebody was badly needed to supervise the guest house for Western visitors. My way seemed to be chalked out. With these ideas in mind, I went one day to see the Master, fully expecting him to consent to this plan. Purely rhetorically, I asked the Master what my task in India would be now, and I added what the secretary and the other members of the board had told me. I did not remotely think that the Master might perhaps have other plans for my life, but straight away he put a damper on my enthusiasm. He asked me what I would be living on in the Dera. I already knew that all those who lived in the Dera had a pension or some other source of income and worked in the Dera free of charge. Since I did not have an income of my own, I answered that I would work for my living. The master did not respond to my argument, but spoke only one sentence that once again was to change the course of my life. "You should think of going back to your country now," he said. Hearing this, my heart nearly skipped a beat, and I felt as if the ground was opening before me and I would fall into a bottomless abyss. Unable to utter a single word, I took leave of the master and went away. For days on end, I was incapable of thinking rationally. To leave India, to return to Germany, to live in the world that I had left 25 years ago, to take up a job again when I was 48 years old, all this seemed unimaginable to me. When I had finally somehow regained my composure, I decided to make the master give me a clear order. I wanted at least to hear him say, "You go." Once more I asked for an interview with the master and put the question before him. "Do you really want me to go back to Germany?" To this the master answered, "You should not have anything against it. One should live in the country where one was born." At this moment, it dawned on me that my karma would take me back to Germany. There were so many things I still had to settle there, so many people I still had to meet, so many persons in need of my help, so many family obligations to be fulfilled, and sanskaras that I did not know of before to be lived out. Footnote: Sanskaras: the good and bad impressions stored in the mind, the inclinations and tendencies of the mind, caused by previous lives, that come to the surface in the present life and influence thought and action. End footnote. All this would become obvious in the years to come. I did not, however, immediately start packing my bags and making arrangements for my return. I wanted to wait and see what events or circumstances would oblige me to leave India. While reflecting on these things, I gradually regained my inner balance. Only much later did I realize how much heartache, pain, and tears, even desperation, the master had saved me from through his advice. Had I not been warned that my karma would one day bring me back to Germany, I would have suffered great anxiety when I realized that after initiation, my roots in India had started to wither. Now, thanks to the master, I was able to watch with some composure how my situation in India gradually changed, because I myself had changed so much. Finally, I myself determined the time of my departure, but that time was still 1.5 years away. After this stirring event, I was able to stay in the Dera for 4 more weeks. Then I had to return to the ashram at Bonar in order to apply for the extension of my residence permit for India, which expired on 16th March 1972. The farewells from the Dera extended over the whole of the last day before my departure. First, there was the last morning satsang, given by the master himself. Then I had a farewell interview with the master, where I could tell him everything that was moving my heart, although words were not needed because all my thoughts were open to him. I spoke of the great transformation that had taken place in these 5 months at his feet, how the darkness had been dispelled, and how love for the Lord had been rekindled in my heart. I had experienced a new birth. I felt as though my vessel was filled to the brim, unable to take in more. Now I urgently wanted to put into practice everything I had received during these 5 months. This realization made the departure from the Dera easier for me. During our farewell interview, the master also mentioned my Indian name, which he had called me by so often, Shraddha. For me as a Satsangi, its meaning is faith in the Guru, love, and one-pointed attention on him. I therefore said to the master, "The whole of Sant Mat is in my name." Smilingly, the master answered, "It is not only in your name." This remark made me decide to keep this name when I went back to Germany and use it in the circle of Satsangis. In my last evening satsang in the guest house, the master asked as usual, "What should we read?" Normally, one of the Satsangis living in the Dera who accompanied the master to the meeting would read something to us. Since this was my last opportunity to listen to the master's voice, I spontaneously asked the master, "Please, tell us what you said in the morning satsang." Since the master spoke in Punjabi in the morning satsangs, we were unable to understand him. The master, in his kindness, complied with this request, and while looking at me, he summarized his morning satsang. These were precious and unforgettable minutes, like a farewell present from the master. The roots dry up. When, after nearly 1 year of absence, I returned to Brahmavidya Mandir on 8th March 1972, I was joyfully received by the ashram community, and I had the feeling of being back home. Told my fellow sisters all about my journey to Europe, especially the keen interest there was in India and in the meeting of religions. I also gave them an account of my experiences at Beas and of my initiation into the path of the masters. The interest of the sisters in Surat Shabd Yoga, however, was very moderate, and some of them felt that it was not proper to have chosen another master since I belonged to the circle of disciples of Vinoba Bhave. Before leaving for my trip to Germany, I had not spoken to him about my intention to go to Beas and possibly ask for initiation, but he must surely have been informed by the sisters of the ashram. Vinoba Bhave himself had never spoken to me about the way I had now taken, but some time after my return to the ashram, a well-known personality from the Dera came to Ponar to see Vinoba Bhave without my knowledge. They spoke about the Dera and Maharaj Charan Singh. Vinoba Bhave was completely in the picture about the Satguru of Beas. He said to his visitor that he had lost a disciple to this master, but added, "She has done right." To my regret, I did not hear about his remark until 18 years later, when I came for a visit to the Dera and this very same disciple told me about it. In spite of my happiness at being back home, the new beginning in the ashram was difficult. The noise and the lack of silence in the early morning hours posed a problem for my meditation. One fellow sister would sing pious songs as early as 4 o'clock in the morning. This had not bothered me before, but now my meditation was quite affected by it. I searched the whole ashram for a quiet spot where I could meditate undisturbed, but without success. Finally, I spoke to Vinoba Bhave about my problem, because I knew that he used to meditate in the middle of the night. He helped me by stopping the singing in the early morning, but this, of course, interfered with the personal religious wishes of my fellow sister. As time passed by, I learned to concentrate at any place and in any situation, and not to get disturbed by noise and talking around me. I tried to meditate for 4 hours every day. In order to find the time for meditation, I missed 2 of the 3 communal prayer sessions each day, only taking part in the evening session. The sisters knew that I used the other 2 times for meditation, and they accepted that I did not come to the temple any more during the day. In this way, of course, I missed an important part of the community life and became somewhat isolated. Nevertheless, the sisters did not try to interfere. These experiences were the beginning of a slow process of detachment from Brahmavidya Mandir that took on more momentum in the course of time. Gradually, I realized that my roots in this country, where I had integrated myself to such an extent that I felt like an Indian, had begun to wither. Unlike my sisters in the ashram community, my bishop, Monsignor Januarius, was extremely interested in everything that I told him about Beas, the master, and the method of meditation. He saw Surat Shabd Yoga as a new way to come closer to God and to experience Him. We had only one talk about the path of the masters. He never raised the subject again, and he allowed me to go my own way. In the beginning of June 1972, at the express wish of the bishop, I took part in a conference in Bangalore about the integration of elements of Indian culture into the liturgy of the Catholic Church. During the 24-hour journey, I meditated all day on the train. It was a beautiful experience for me to spend the hours with the Master in this way. In Bangalore, I had a chance to speak about my experiences in Beas with one of my German friends, a Jesuit priest. His reaction was very positive. He showed great interest and repeatedly pointed out what a great task it would be to tread this path as a Catholic nun in India. He thought that it could open a door to the Christian mystic tradition, which had not yet gained a foothold in India. At the same time, a connecting element between the two could be created. The conference had 50 to 60 participants, most of them priests or members of religious orders. I could not contribute very much to its success, as at that stage of my own spiritual journey, I no longer felt able to support this attempt to integrate Indian elements of worship into the liturgy. I had been in favor of it before, though with some reservations. Now, the use of rites and ceremonies of any kind whatsoever as an expression of devotion to God felt to me insincere. Through the teachings of the Masters, I was beginning to understand that religious ceremonies belong to the realm of the human mind and do not lead to the deeper experiences of God. For this reason, I did not want to encourage anyone to practice such things. I could not reconcile my work for the Church with my conscience, and for the first time I realized that my roots in the Church of India had also begun to wither. I had a similar experience 6 months later when I went to Bangalore at the bishop's request. This time it was for a seminar on prayer in modern India. Since the organizers of this seminar knew about my spiritual path, they were hoping that I could make a major contribution. I was expected to open new perspectives on a deeper life of prayer and show ways to realize this. I tried to point to contemplative prayer and to explain its importance for the life of a Christian and the meaning it has, especially in a country with a mystic tradition of thousands of years. I spoke from the point of view of Sant Mat, but without mentioning Surat Shabd Yoga. However, my attempts failed. On the one hand, I was unable to make myself sufficiently understood since my terminology differed from the Christian one. On the other hand, there was no great interest in contemplative prayer as such. Finally, one of the participants said, "Sister, you have gone ahead too far. You had better stop and wait until we follow." This remark all of a sudden made clear to me where I stood within the Church of India. I saw that I would not be able to render it any further service, contrary to the view of that Jesuit father to whom I had spoken a few days back. I no longer felt obliged to lead others to vocal prayer, even if the texts were inspiring ones that I had partly formulated myself. Nor was I even capable of it, for it was contrary to my own experience of remaining in the silence before God in order to tread the path leading within. Here again I had to realize that my roots in India were drying up and that my mental living space in this country was getting smaller and smaller. But I did not try to prevent this since I knew that my time in India was running out. It was a symptom that I noticed with a certain amount of regret. On the other hand, it would make it much easier for me to say farewell to India. In July 1972, 6 months had passed since my initiation. These 6 months proved to be quite different from what I had imagined. In the beginning, I had progressed quite well in meditation, and I had hoped to achieve the breakthrough into the transcendental world during this time. The remarks of some fellow practitioners in the Dera had made me think like this. But my state of health and the circumstances in the ashram had very much tempered my inner urge to cover the way at running speed. I was obliged to realize that nothing can be forced on the spiritual path, and that determination and perseverance are important virtues on the inner way. In the following months at Brahma Vidya Mandir, at the request of Vinoba Bhave, I worked on compiling a German-Hindi dictionary. For this purpose, I drew up a table showing the transliteration of German script into the Devanagari script, in which Sanskrit and several national languages of India are written. At the same time, at the request of a German missionary, I translated into English a book about meditation written by my uncle, Dr. Clemens Tillman. Shortly after my return to the ashram, I was given the chance to write an article about Surat Shabd Yoga, the path leading within, which the editor of a German Catholic magazine had asked for. This article gave rise to a range of reactions from the readers. I received enthusiastic letters, but also strong criticism from Catholic clergy. Some of the readers found their way to the path of the Masters through reading my article. In the course of the following months, the reasons for leaving India became more and more pressing. In the first place, it now seemed all but certain that my health would no longer stand the rather extreme climate and the Spartan way of living at the ashram. I had already gone through some severe health crises, and from time to time there were indications that in the long run I would not be able to stand the living conditions there. But more than anything else, there was no longer any need for me to live in Brahma Vidya Mandir and to put up with the hard life there. In particular, my spiritual life had changed my perspective. Indian philosophy and Vedanta had fulfilled their purpose. They had widened my mental horizons and prepared me for the next step. It was also clear that sooner or later I would be out of place in the ashram community. I would be living on its periphery because I had outgrown the setting there, just as I had in Kellenreid many years before. My roots were starting to dry up in the very ground that had nourished them for so many years. Still, the thought of having to leave was painful enough. I had spent so many fruitful years there, which were among the most beautiful in my life. I still remember them with great joy and gratitude after all this time. By December 1972, I had not spoken to anybody of my possible return to Germany, except for a hint to one friend of mine in Germany. She had passed on the news to my fellow sisters at Kellenreid, and now they wanted to know all about it. In this way, my monastery was the first to learn about my plans. At the same time, my mother wrote telling me that my youngest sister and her family would be moving into a house of their own at the end of the following year. They were living with my mother, and when they left, she would be alone in her large flat. This led me to prepare my mother for my possible return to Germany in a year's time. I told her that I might want to stay with her, at least for a time, until I was clearer about the next steps. In this way, I was suddenly confronted with the fact that the time of my departure was fixed by outer circumstances, and it seemed advisable to take them into account. I now had to get used to the idea that this would be my last year in the country where I had wanted to live till the end of my life. My family, my friends, and the community of St. Ehrentraud at Kellenreid did not react very favorably to the prospect of my return to Germany, so I was hardly expecting an enthusiastic reception, but I was confident that with the Master's help I would cope with this new beginning. In January 1973, the ashram community organized a meeting for Indian ladies and girls who worked in the Sarvodaya movement, Uplift for All, initiated by Vinoba Bhave. One morning, a participant approached me and greeted me with the words, Radha Soami, the Dera salutation that is like a God bless you. Quite surprised to hear the familiar words, I looked at her quizzically. Mrs. Kamla Mathur told me that she came from the Dera and that the Master had asked her to see me. I was so happy to speak to a Satsangi after such a long time and to hear from the Dera and the Master. I felt a great longing to spend at least a few weeks in the intimacy of the Dera, and so I handed Kamla a letter for the Master. Quite soon I received his reply, containing an invitation to spend some time in the Dera. The ashram community understood that I had to see my Master from time to time, and they let me go in peace. In this way, I was able to spend the month of February 1973 at the feet of the Master. Before departing for Beas, I informed Vinoba Bhave of my decision to return to Germany by the end of the year. I gave him my reasons, which he understood and accepted. His letter to me ended with the words, "Let God's will be done." From his mouth, this was no idle phrase. From his youth, he had led a life in search of God, and he was without a doubt an advanced soul, conscious of the fated nature of human life. On arrival at the Dera, I had an unexpected experience. As I entered the gate, I was surrounded by a wonderful sound. Much to the surprise of those accompanying me, who apparently did not hear anything, I stopped, spellbound, and listened to the sound that seemed to fill the whole atmosphere. This was, I felt, a welcome from the Master. In the Dera, I took up the customary routine. I went to morning satsang, did seva, and then in the evening sat with the other guests, who came from all four corners of the world, and listened to Master's words. Many questions were asked. The Master kept telling us that he had answered them many times and that all the answers could be found in the books. But then he would add, "It is just an excuse for me to be with you." How much grace the Master poured out over the audience on these occasions was beyond our imagination. During my stay at the Dera, I was able to speak to the Master about my decision to leave India at the end of the year. The Master advised me to take all the circumstances into account and then decide. Very rarely does the Master give direct advice on how to act in a given situation. He leaves it for his disciples, faced with events, to recognize the fated constellations of their lives, long since predestined, and to decide for themselves how best to deal with them. In the evening satsangs, the Master was often asked how we can recognize the divine will. He always emphasized that, at our present level of consciousness, we cannot know. We should adjust our life to the principles of Santmat and shun everything that is not in accordance with them. Through meditation, we will develop the sensitivity to know intuitively how to behave or to decide in any given situation. The Santmat teaching about the knowledge and fulfillment of God's will corresponds basically to what I had practiced under the guidance of my inner teacher for so many years. This guidance had proved reliable even when difficult decisions had to be taken in the course of my life. However, I found that the teachings of the Masters about this elementary aspect of spiritual life were much clearer and more convincing than anything I had read before. Of great importance to me was the fact that a true living Master administers the karma of his disciple, and the disciple accepts his fate from the hand of his Master. In this way, the disciple recognizes the divine will, and this gives him great inner security and helps him to tackle difficult phases in his life with a composed mind. Another question that was put before the Master many times was the question of whether we have free will. The Master always pointed out that, seen from the perspective of the Lord, no creature has any free will at all. From the human perspective, however, we have limited free will. But how much free will we have is not important. What Master always stressed is the importance of the motives behind our actions and our acceptance of what fate brings to us. On 18th March 1973, I returned to the ashram. I only stayed for a few days because on the 25th I had to travel to Bangalore again to attend the seminar on Prayer in Modern India. On my way south, I visited my bishop to inform him that this would be my last year in India. He was taken aback by this news, but did not make any attempt to change my mind. Farewell to India. This journey to Bangalore was the beginning of my farewell to India, as I would not be going there again before I left for Germany. I had many friends, particularly in the south of the country, who had often visited me in the ashram and with whom I had established a very intense exchange of ideas over the years, especially about the Indian liturgy. They were all deeply shocked by my decision to leave India and to leave behind everything I had accomplished so far. I, too, was overtaken by sadness at the thought of all the years of working together, and especially of all the tokens of friendship I had received. I found it difficult to cut the threads and to realize that everything would soon be over. My decision was respected, but often my friends were unable to understand certain things, particularly because I could not mention the real reason for my decision, the master's hint that it was my karma to live in Germany. This would have been quite incomprehensible to them. One of them told me that by leaving India I would close a door that nobody else could open again. This was surely an exaggeration, but it shows the importance that people gave to my life in India. During the following months, I again found myself in Pune, where I seized the opportunity to say farewell to many friends living there in the various seminaries and convents. Over the years, I had been a guest there many times, and many of the priests and nuns there had visited me in the ashram. They, too, were all taken aback on hearing of my decision to leave India, but they also emphasized that many things had been set in motion during the years of our cooperation, and that they were grateful for everything that had come out of our meeting each other. In Pune, I had another long talk with Father N., the German Jesuit who had encouraged me to embrace the path of Surat Shabd Yoga. We spoke about the need to interconnect the Christian mystic tradition and Sant Mat. This idea began to occupy my thoughts more and more. During the last year, I had been reading Meister Eckhart, and I had found many wonderful thoughts in his writings that seemed to speak of the same inner experiences as did the great Indian and Persian mystics. It was important, I felt, that such writings should be given a place in the Sant Mat literature. This was also Maharaj Charan Singh's wish. He spoke about it during my farewell interview in the Dera at the end of 1973. Finally, my time in Brahma Vidya Mandir had come to an end. Before leaving for Germany, I wanted to spend a few months in the Dera, and I had fixed the date for saying my farewells to the ashram for 21st September 1973. Some days before that, I had gone to Balharsha to take leave of Monsignor Januarius, who had received me 8 years before with so much understanding and who had followed my path in India with so much interest. Both of us had difficulty knowing what to say, and each of us was having his own thoughts. The pain of parting was eased to some extent only by the fact that we would meet again in Munich in a year's time, as the bishop had planned a trip to Europe. Then came the hour of my departure from Brahma Vidya Mandir. The whole ashram community had gathered, including the brothers from the nearby Paramdham ashram. I again explained my reasons for leaving India and spoke about my future in Germany. I emphasized to my fellow sisters and brothers how happy I had been in their midst and how beautiful the years spent together had been. We were filled with sadness by the thought that these 8 years had come to an end. This time of bidding farewell was a kind of death experience for me, and I felt quite numb. It often seemed as if I were a mere spectator of all that happened. Although I had started the whole process myself, it now seemed to be playing out automatically before my eyes. Sometimes everything seemed unreal. On the morning of 21st September 1973, I left Bonar. Half of the ashram community accompanied me to the station, where the farewell scene caused a sensation amongst the travelers in the train. After a 36-hour journey, I finally reached Beas. During the long journey, I had time to reflect on what was now a fait accompli. A line had been drawn under 8 eventful years, and now I was living as if in a kind of a void. Although many of my roots in India had already withered away, others were still deeply buried in Indian soil, and it was painful to pull them out. The 3 months at the Dera would help me to gain some distance, to compose myself, and to inwardly prepare for the life ahead. The day after my arrival at the Dera, I got the chance to speak to the master, who received me with great kindness. I wanted to use the time in the Dera to build a deep and firm Sant Mat foundation, to establish a still more intense spiritual relationship with the master, and, above all, to give a lot of my time to meditation. It was a wonderful 3 months spent in the presence of the master, with highlights that would stay with me for a long time. I also wanted to use these 3 months in the Dera to think about my future life in Germany. The most important decision I had to take concerned the question of whether I should return to my monastery or pursue a spiritual life while living in the world. With my return to Germany, the reasons for granting my exclaustration, for living outside the monastery, were no longer valid. If I wanted to remain a nun, I had to return to the monastic community. The convent of St. Ehrentraud had made this unequivocally clear on hearing about my plans to come back to my country. Was it important to me to remain a nun? I had insisted on going to India as a nun because this status had been important for my life in India if I was to carry out my tasks within the Catholic Church there. If I did not return to my monastery but lived in the world instead, I would have to apply to the ecclesiastical authorities in Rome for dispensation from my solemn vows. This would make me a runaway nun, and some people would consider me a renegade. This made me feel uneasy, but it was something I would have to live with. I would certainly not let this determine my decision, for, in my view, the dedication of my life to God, sealed by the solemn vows when I became a nun, would not be diminished in any way. Much more momentous was the point that if I were to return to my monastery, then the 8 years in India would be seen as a mere episode when I resumed my former life in the monastery. And these 8 years had been anything but an episode. They had been an essential phase of my spiritual path. During that time, I had passed through a process of development that had inwardly transformed me. It had raised my spiritual life to a new level and opened up new perspectives in my search for God. Consequently, I would return to my community as a different person from the one I was when I left it. Most probably, I would find myself living among my fellow sisters as a stranger, not least because all the reasons that had caused me to leave 8 years ago still existed. In fact, they would be even more problematic now than they had been before. The many hours of oral prayer and the celebration of the liturgy, the Opus Dei as St. Benedict called it, would now be an even greater hindrance to my spiritual path than before my departure. If I wanted to have sufficient time for meditation, I would have to ask for a partial dispensation from attending the community prayer, and this would make me very much an outsider in a place where this very Opus Dei was so central to the way of life. As I thought about all this, it became clearer and clearer to me that there was much weighing against my return to the monastery. However, I put off any final decision until after my meeting with the Mother Abbess and my fellow sisters. The alternative was a life in the midst of the world, a life that I had left behind 25 years ago in the search for God. After 25 years of seclusion, the thought of living in the midst of the world made me tremble. Moreover, circumstances in Germany had changed fundamentally since I entered the convent in 1949. During my 6 months' journey in Europe in 1971, I had seen some alarming evidence of these changes. But trusting in the Master, I gathered all my courage and wrote down some guidelines that would help me to keep my bearings when I returned to Germany, and, as was only to be expected, the waves started to break over my head. The first point in these guidelines was that when difficulties arose, I would never look back with regret at my decision to leave India. It was a decision taken following the instructions of my master and after careful analysis of my situation. It was a part of my adventure of faith, in which I never had to regret any step I had made. I would continue to live my life in search of God. Now I would do it in the midst of the world, testifying by my way of life that it is possible to lead a spiritual life even in the bustle of a big city. I would earn my own living and assist my mother and my brothers and sisters whenever they needed my help. In particular, I would serve the community of Satsangis in Germany and contribute to the spread of the Santmat teachings. I would make my future home a center of spirituality, where seekers of truth would find an open door. I would entrust the care for my life completely to the Master. He would continue to direct my steps as he had already been doing in such a wonderful way. After having written down all these thoughts, I felt much relieved and was sure that, with the Master's help, I would be able to put into practice everything I had set out in these guidelines. Finally, my time in the Dera ran out, and I was granted a farewell interview with the Master, who received me with his usual kindness. I sat facing him at his writing table, and he looked at me silently for a while. Finally, I asked him for some guidelines for my work for Sant Mat in Germany. He referred me to his representative there and then said, "Give satsang, help the people." He also spoke of the need to integrate the writings of Christian mystics into the literature of Sant Mat, and said that I should write down how I came to the path of the Masters. He also asked me whether I would return to my monastery, and I answered that I was not sure what I should do there, but that I would go first to see my mother in Munich. "Yes," the Master said, "we should look after our parents." These words of the Master were to be a pointer for the future, when I actually would have to nurse my mother. We also spoke about the fact that, after 25 years of living in the desert, I would now be returning to the world and, on top of that, to the center of a big city. The Master looked at me lovingly and said, "Don't be afraid. Do your work with a detached mind and don't get involved in things, but keep your mind above them." Then I said that I did not know whether and when I would be able to come to the Dera again. Hinting at his visit to Germany, planned for 1975, but without telling me about it, the Master said, "If you cannot come to me, I shall come to you." That would have been the end of the interview, but I wanted to be very close to the Master one last time, and so I got up, went around the writing table, kneeled down before the Master, and asked for his blessing. The Master put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Be brave." With these words, he dismissed me. Outside the Master's room, I was unable to hold back my tears any longer and threw myself sobbing into an armchair in the Master's anteroom. Professor Bhatnagar, who was also in the room, was quite startled. He turned to me and said, "Shraddha, the Master is always with you." After some minutes, I had regained my composure sufficiently to go back to my room. On the day of my departure, I received a last wonderful farewell present from the Master. Because of a strike, all rail and air traffic had been cancelled, and I had to go to Delhi by bus, which would get me there late in the evening after a 10-hour journey, not knowing where to spend the night. I awaited this journey with some anxiety, although in the depth of my heart I knew that the Master would be with me whatever the circumstances. The next morning after Satsang, I went as fast as I could to the Master's house, where the foreign guests assembled every day, in order to secure a place directly at the Master's feet. When the Master saw me sitting before him on the floor, he exclaimed, "Shraddha, you are still here. I thought you had left in the early morning with the others." I explained the situation and described the unpleasant things ahead of me. I had hardly finished when a voice came from behind me. "She can go in my car and she can stay in my house." It was Mrs. B.R., who had arrived from Delhi by car in the middle of the night. Now the car had to be taken back to Delhi by the driver. Triumphantly, the Master looked at me and asked, "What else do you want?" I bent forward and said, "Master, I want you in the car." Everybody laughed, including the Master, who apparently enjoyed the situation because he had a good sense of humor. In this cheerful and happy mood, I left the Dera. There was no longer any room for melancholy thoughts, only for joy. The Master really was in the car. Although I could not see him, I felt his presence strongly. Many years later, one of the Master's disciples shared with me something that had taken place that morning behind the scenes. He said that he had come to Beas with the intention of giving up Santmat and the Master. Mrs. B.R. had entered the room just when the Master was asking me about my departure. If she had come only 1 minute later, things would have taken quite a different turn. This really was precision work. Seeing how the master had things under such perfect control was enough to make the wavering Satsangi take an about turn of 180 degrees. His faith in the master was restored by this small miracle that unfolded before his eyes, as he saw the master's hand in even the smallest detail. When the airplane finally took off, the master flew with me. At least that was how it felt. It was a blissful flight between heaven and earth, and I clearly sensed that my time in India had run down to the very last minute. More and more, I realized that, after these 8 years in India, I would return to Germany a totally different person than when I left it. My time in India had changed me completely. Each stage of this journey had left its mark on me. Above all, meeting the Master and learning of the teachings of the Masters had utterly transformed my way of thinking. While the airplane flew westward, India sank behind the horizon. I was leaving behind much that had formerly been of great importance to me, especially the many people who had been near to me. But within me I carried a treasure chest of experiences and knowledge gathered in these years, which would stay with me forever. In particular, I carried with me the precious pearl of Santmat, for which the Lord had brought me to India. There were also innumerable memories of India that traveled with me, memories that would remain alive inside me and cause painful homesickness for many years whenever I recalled them. As the airplane approached Europe, the future came to me in ever bigger waves. My thoughts flew ahead of me to Munich, where I would start my new life. The next day, it was Christmas Eve, I set foot on European soil. I was inwardly prepared for what was coming.